Well, hello, hello, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages. Welcome, 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 and super duper to have you here for the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist. We got 5 rounds of action, mayhem, and strategy coming your way today. But first and foremost, for those of you who aren't quite acquainted as to who we are, I'm Red Eyes, your ever lovable and adorably cuddly caster, bringing you that daily dosage of butt kickery, tomfoolery, and all around shenaniganism. And I am not alone. I am joined by my main man, Crowns. Cass, go ahead and introduce yourself, buddy.
Well, hello everybody. My name is Crowns. You know the vibes. It doesn't go any further than that. But yeah, it's such a huge honor to be here with you, Red Eyes, today as we'll be bringing life to you the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist. As we've established yesterday, this is a tournament that spans across two different regions. So we will be looking at the EU region as we've been looking at since yesterday, and today we'll be deciding who the final 9 teams to represent the EU region in the finals of this tournament, who those would be.
That's right, brother. We have got some amazing teams here coming into the mix today. Let's go ahead and introduce them. Just going to go ahead and refresh your scene there, by the way. Go ahead and go over the groups for me if you don't mind.
Alrighty, so yeah, we do have about 20 teams participating in this tournament, where we see them in different groups as they will be alternating the groups as we go across all matches that we'll be playing today. We do have Group A having the players there from Game Lord, Konina Power, Team Codex, and Team GQ. Group B, we have the Mad Bulls, Dagestan 7 to 7, Alpha 7, and Dark Projects. Where in Group C, we have the players there from Excuse Me, Shockwave, Unicorns of Love, Gaimin Gladiators. Group D, we have Major Pride, Sly Machines, the Muerte, and Team Kasik. And in Group E, we have ARR Esports, Sly EU, Nexus Gaming, and Team Doom. And man, we did see all of these teams really pop off in yesterday's games. You know, we saw a couple of winners coming through from Group B. So I think Group B, they're the ones that have pretty much got it because we saw Mad Bulls and Dagestan 77 actually pull up with winner chicken dinners, with, even the Mad Bulls getting two winner chicken dinners in one day.
That's right, brother. We got nothing but absolute heavy hitters here. Just a ton of high level action, mayhem, and strategy bringers here coming to the mix today. And just so we are all clear of what we're getting into, let's go over the map order as it currently will be. We're going to be starting things off with, of course, the very first map ever introduced into this game. I am, of course, speaking about Erangel. And then we're going to work our way from there into the wide open, dry, arid desert, of course, about Miramar, taking things back to where it all began, back to Erangel. We're going to switch it on over, Miramar, and right on back again to conclude where we began with another Erangel. Grounds,
Yeah,
I'm
and
so excited.
I know I'm very excited about this one. I've seen that there was no sanhok games. Was something that also took me by surprise. But at the same time, I kind of like it. Because we see a couple of teams try to like milk their points when we start to look at sanhok games. But right now it's either you get it right in Erangel and Miramar, or you're pretty much done for the day. And man, there's only those 5 matches for today, which means they have got to make it count.
Yeah, honestly, every match counts. Every single split second could be the difference maker here between life and death, man. It's all going to be laid here on the line, and we got one heck of a prize pool in the mix here. We have $1,000 here on the table. $400 is going to be going to first place, $200 to the runner up, $100 to third place, and from that point, fourth and fifth place are going to earn $75, and then sixth, seventh, and eighth will also earn 50. There's a lot of money on the table to be made here, Crowns.
And I tell you, and whenever we look at those price pool distribution, we would always say it's the team who's going to feel the most pain is that team that is finishing in second, because that is $200 difference when we start to look at how much they're going to be getting in total earnings. So man, and we see it in PUBG Mobile. The one thing that could actually prevent you from being in first place could be one elimination.
Yeah, man. But as they say in the Bible of Fast and the Furious, the scripture of Vin Diesel says it doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. And second place, I mean, it's sweet, but it ain't quite that gold medal, is it?
Yeah, I don't. It's not, and I know that many of these teams they really do not like to battle for. They don't like to settle. That would be the word that I'm going to use for that. But
Hmm.
man, I am really excited to see what they've got going on or what they would have going on today. Because man, we're already seeing points getting closer and closer on the leaderboards, which teams already getting settled. But today is that day where we have to actually figure out who those 9 teams that are going to make it into the grand finals are going to be. And I tell you, the competition is going to get harder today.
Yeah, as this event progresses, the competition is going to get thicker and thicker. And I can already tell you where we're coming into today is going to be thicker than a mountain of frozen peanut butter. It is going to be some high level action. I expect to see utilities on a different level. I expect to see smokes utilized perfectly. I wouldn't even mind seeing a flashbang or two thrown into the mix.
And I tell you, these teams, they really know how to use those. But the one thing that I would say these guys do not really use is the sniper rifles. We did see a little bit of DMR actions yesterday, but going into like in all of yesterday, we didn't really see those bolt actions really being used. The one time we saw a bolt action being used, let's just say it didn't end well.
Well, see, I've been watching these players quite a bit lately, and I gotta say, I have to agree. I haven't seen a lot of bolty distance action, but you know what? If my memory serves me correctly, with these teams, is the DBS as popular as I keep thinking it is? Because in this region, if my memory is correct, there was DBSs in every team just absolutely annihilating the playing field. Just a close quarter combat monster with that double barrel shotgun.
Yeah, I tell you. And one thing I noticed about this region, it's not just the DBS. In this region, I've been seeing them use the S12K, the auto shotty, a lot. And like these players are really good with it. And I think even though we do not have Sanhok in the map order, these players use that S12K to show that we're still gonna bring that shotgun action in all of these maps. And man, we did see a whole lot of the auto shotty being used yesterday. So I tell you, if you're looking for that shotgun action, I think you've come to the right place.
Well, I'm excited to see it, man. Honestly, there is nothing quite as frustrating as just having full health, rushing with your team on to someone who's outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned, and then having one shot separate you from being up and about, full health, and then completely knocked. Just
Yeah, I
boom,
tell you.
the change of the tides. Well, I expect to see quite a bit of that, especially as we begin things off into Erangel. In Erangel, as I mentioned earlier, the very first map ever introduced to PUBG Mobile, it should be the map that our players are by far most acquainted with, most rehearsed in. Definitely have their tactics and rotations down a bit more pat on, just because it is the most synergized map just from the amount of time it's been here. It's basically the off-bred love child of Sanhok and Miramar because it kind of is the perfect middle ground between those two extremes, and that's going to leave it somewhat fairly reliant upon the flight path to determine what sort of early game we actually end up getting.
Yeah, and these teams are actually teams that are very respectful. I'll have to put that out there. We saw a lot of teams give that little bit of respect factor. The hot drops that happened in the first Erangel game did not repeat itself in the second Erangel game, nor did it repeat itself in the last Erangel game. So I like the fact that these teams know how to play it, and obviously they should know how to play it. It's Erangel, it's been here for forever. We're used to it, we see it every single day. So man, I kind of I'm expecting to see just better play. Well, one thing I kept on emphasizing yesterday was that if you're making an error in the first Erangel game, we do not want to see that same error being made in the second Erangel game or the third Erangel game if you get to play all three. I keep saying like you can't keep making those same errors. And the same thing even goes for the Miramar. And that's what makes it so beautiful at this stage because those are the only two maps that are being played.
It's funny. The technical definition of insanity is repeating the same action multiple times and expecting a different result. But at this same time, you flip the script, and how do you get good in your tactics? At first, you don't succeed. Try and try again. But 100%, man, these players are going to have to be able to react in the moment. They're going to need to be able to adapt their gameplay to a contextual basis here. It's going to need to be able to react in a split second here. What worked so well on a map like Erangel might not necessarily be the ticket, for a wide open desert like Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. And when we start to look at rotations on Miramar, that map could be absolutely brutal. The terrain is not the nicest. The vehicles aren't even the strongest either. So, if you're struggling with the terrain and someone starts to shoot at you, well, I'd just say that's a GG's because that's it's all over, man. When we look at Erangel, it's almost about okay, if you're driving the buggy in Erangel and someone pops your back tire, you're going for the epic spin and then you're gonna get taken out. But in Miramar, it's a whole different ball game. The terrain is absolutely, we start to see flipping buggies. I'm pretty sure you have experience with that.
I'm so glad that you brought that up because I have been in an ongoing debate with the community over what is the best vehicle to really be utilizing in Miramar. And here's my stance on it. If you're driving alone, I say buggy. I say buggy is the way to go. And now everyone knows in PUBG Mobile that if you are on the back of that buggy, you're never more vulnerable than you are at that moment. But if you're driving alone, there's no better way to navigate those dunes and divots, is there?
Yeah, there isn't, but I would not suggest the buggy. I think when it comes to Miramar, I would actually go for the party bus, the van. I think it's more stable and it maneuvers over some of those ridges quite all right. Because one thing I know about the buggy is if I see a buggy right now, and I'm pretty sure it's already becoming the meta right now in PUBG Mobile. Like when you see a buggy driving, the aim doesn't even go towards the player anymore. It just goes towards one of the back tires. Because the instance one of those back tires is gone, the buggy always goes for that flip. It just turns and the driver is facing you head on and I'm like, yep,
It's funny.
got you.
It's basically turning the buggy into a stick of dynamite, isn't it? I mean,
Hmm.
it's your own transportation becomes your own undoing, so to speak. And I'm sure that we might end up seeing something similar along those lines when we enter that wide open desert today. I think you bring up a great point. Not only does it leave you vulnerable, but here we're at an elevated level of gameplay here. We're dealing with a lot of professional level teams here, and so you can expect a higher level of accuracy than, let's say, an open, map. Just enter into a random Miramar match. This is going to be going up against some pretty heavy hitters.
Yeah, and when we start to talk about heavy hitters, we definitely have to talk about eliminations, right? And that new placement point system that we've got favors a whole lot of elimination rather than those placement points. We did see a couple of teams try to capitalize on the placement points yesterday, but didn't quite work out too well for them. They're not sitting so high up on the leaderboard, but man, that new point system definitely not the best.
Yeah, dude, it is relentless. I love it personally. I like it because it emphasizes placement quite a bit less. It really is more a kill intensive scoring system. And I think now that we're entering closer to our fifth year of PUBG Mobile, that it makes all too much sense that we have a higher level of kills and more emphasis placed on it. But you know what, Crowns? The wait is now drawing to a very brief countdown. We start this match off in literally just a minute and a half. And let's go ahead and get into the thick of it here. So it looks like we're going to be kicking things off with Miramar. But as we said, we've got a lot of heavy hitters here on the mix today. But with this match, we're going to be kicking it off with, you guessed it, pardon me, you guessed it, a Miramar. Now, Crowns, what do we need to say about a map such as Miramar? Well, essentially, it's going to be the largest map that we have in the game. Now, technically, that is going to be a bit of a debatable situation, just because technically Erangel is also an 8x8, but that really includes Erangel's bodies of water. So, realistically, this is our largest map that we have, meaning that the odds of two teams just landing next to each other is going to be a bit slimmer. But, Crowns, as we do well know, it's also the most open map that we have in the game. And what do I mean when I say most open? I mean, it's just wide open and more sniper intensive. There's the odds of you being taken out from 300 meters away. It's just exponentially higher than it is on any other map. And so you're going to need to be aware of not just your immediate surroundings, but your distant surroundings as well.
Yeah, when I talk about Miramar, I would always say Miramar is that very big map, like you've just pointed out. But one thing I do not like about Miramar is, regardless of how big it is, it doesn't quite allow for so many landing locations, especially when you get some of those dirty plane zones, right, or plane paths, right? So you'd have the plane path that is good. There's so much wide area. But if you go for a split route in Miramar, there's a huge possibility you might not get enough loot to get you through, even half of the game, which is what eventually leads to those early actions you see. Miramar is always that early action, a little bit of a recess period where we rest, and then boom, it picks up back in the last, 4 phases of the game, and it just gets crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that is just so conditional on its flight path to determine what sort of early game we end up getting. And with that being said, let's see what we're working with. Oh my goodness. Well, it's not by any means a perfectly centralized flight path, ground, but you know what? It is one of the most ideal paths that our participants could actually hope for. And the reason for that being is because of, let me actually use a trusty highlighter here. The reason for that being is this route here from Campo Militar all the way down to the prison area. It takes you in between 2 strings of compounds and cities, just affording a ton of drop options. And the good thing about this flight path is it takes you in pretty close proximity to almost all of those spots. So our participants are going to be left with quite a few drop options to begin with. However, flip the script, what does that potentially mean for us, the viewer? It means we might be dealing with a little bit more of a slower start to the game. But as I always say, Crowns, a more passive early game always directly translates to a more action-packed and climactic mid or end game. So it's going to be worth the trade if you ask me.
Yeah, and that's what leads us to call Miramar that Miramar madness, the sandy dunes, all sorts of craziness is what we experience when we get into this map. And yep, that low or slow start early Miramar is what leads to that ending part. But man, we would already see some hot drops. We already see one out here in Picado. We saw it a lot yesterday. It's kind of surprising to still see it happening today. But it looks like the guys there from Excuse Me not looking to have this fight. They want to just probably move away.
Yeah, they're just trying to get looted up here. This is just the very, very first few seconds of the match where everyone is just trying to find something to defend themselves with, some little bit of armor to keep them from taking, that one bullet knock. Here we see Yang already readily equipped with the AK. I'm hearing some shots being put off from his teammates. Furious, Black, or Fang. Let's catch eyes.
Well, we did see them take some early engagements in Erangel yesterday. Looking forward to see them hold a better fight today. And it looks like they already pretty much have the head start here with Havlin getting 1 elimination to his name already. Players there from Team Kasik not quite having the best of days yesterday. And looking to probably get all looted up and retaliate because you cannot keep sleeping. Now they're at the disadvantage and they have to find a way to overcome that.
Yeah, honestly, you don't want to have those rough starts, but you definitely don't want to lose momentum here in the beginning of match 1, the first match of the day. You definitely want to be able to ride a confidence and momentum factor here as we move forward. So any early eliminations here in the first one would just be a little bit discouraging here to the playing field, and it would make things a little bit tough here moving forward. But I do want to get a little bit of a spread analysis here. So as we can all see, we've got members of Konina Power here. Looks like they're going to be holding the Los Leones region, not too far away from the opponents. And I believe it's that Sly Machine. Yes, it is. Sly Machine also implementing a decent spread here. Now, elsewhere on the board, we are left with a fairly decent spread. And speaking of which, we got members of DP here way out in the Impala region with no one to really compete with for miles.
I think that just sets them up for a lot of loot, going into this first game of the day, right? You get a lot of loot, you get a lot of space to work with, and then you get into it. But, Pubg Mobile being a game that is heavily centered over momentum. Being a team, you want to get that early fight in or early, little bit of action, so you kind of ready for the end of the game, like this one we're about to see here from the Unicorns of Love. Happen to be a team that likes to take those early engagements, in the beginning of matches, and it kind of plays well towards, them getting eliminations when we start to get close to the ending of the game.
Ooh, and the nades and utilities are already in effect. Hellfire raining down on Zero, and boy, he is a burning bush, and down he goes. Keep in mind, Crown, Unicorns of Love entered this match already at an immediate disadvantage. As only a 3-piece, they're coming in with less manpower, less firepower, less protection. So they're going to need to dial things to a bit more of a reserve standpoint, you think, from their standard tactics. But as you mentioned, Unicorns of Love is notoriously known for being, well-rehearsed in their confrontations.
Yeah, even getting into this fight early on, it's not something that I'm surprised to see. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't have advised it, especially given that they're coming in just as a three-man squad. I would have expected that they played that one a little bit passively, trying not to take too much of that engagement because eventually you might just fall on the back foot. And that is exactly where they find themselves
Yeah.
right now, as they would lose beast in that engagement out there against the players there from Major Pride.
Yep, and unfortunately, that is gonna, bring him down with even less support. And I think from that point, he might have to reevaluate the situation, sort of weigh his options, balance what he needs to do from here, and probably dip out of Dodge. I would say I don't see any revives in the likely future for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, catching eyes on Kasik Team's unicorn. You know what I always wondered, Crowns, is why do they call it a unicorn and not a unihorn? It doesn't have any corn. But I could ask him or the Unicorns of Love, but either way, Unicorn of the Kasik team is sitting here nearby the looming threat, I believe, Doom. Oh, pardon me, excuse me. My slot list is a little bit behind, but it looks to be, excuse me, in fairly close proximity here to Unicorn as well. And he's going to be holding position.
Yeah, you've got me thinking. Unicorn.
Yeah, once you hear it, it's like it won't stop driving you crazy. But
unicorns eat corn?
Well, either way, we got Suave here, or S-Wave, ready and waiting for opponents here in Major Pride, putting out a decent bit of damage, but taking some in retaliation from the teammates, being reduced down to about a little less than 1/3 of his overall health. He's going to try to utilize this opportunity to heal up while he can before the looming threat of the rest of Major Pride comes to the party.
Yeah, Major Pride just doing that to gather as much information as they want. They know exactly where that player is. But man, Unicorns of Love find themselves in between a rock and a hard place. Currently out here in that third-party situation with the off angle coming through from Major Pride. Would send them back into the lobby, and that's going to be Unicorns of Love going out first.
Boy, what a headshot to send a message to the playing field. Well, no time to waste, brother, because we got Kasik's team still right here in the clutches of excuse me.
Yeah, and I would always say, Picado fights, you do not want to waste too much time in Picado. There is not enough vehicle spawns around that area, especially not for two teams. So if you're in Picado, you want to get that fight done and dusted as soon as possible so you can start that rotation. Because Picado also happens to be that part of the map that is quite central, especially when you start to look at rotations. For many teams that want to rotate into the circle, they would always want to pass through that Picado area because they know there's so much information they could gather from that part. So if you're in Picado, you do not want to waste any much time staying there, because if a team comes through and hears that there's a current fight looming, that is just a third party that they can take.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand exactly why you're saying this, but at the same time, I think Picado does afford a luxury that we can say of quite a few of these towns here and cities in Miramar, in that you can be fairly close to your opponent. With so much compound cover, you can still have a little bit of protection. You could still be caught unawares here. You can still have an enemy right next door without even knowing, as long as they're staying still. And speaking of which, Striker, ready and waiting with a nade here for the likes of Excuse Me's Havlik.
And Excuse Me already being on that advantage, I would expect to see a little bit more aggressiveness coming through from them. They do look to be taking it slow, which I appreciate. At the end of the day, it's still early days in the circle. There isn't much reason to rush other than rotational factors, but we can already see them just trying to push in little by little. And at this situation, you can just tell that they're trying to isolate each player so they can go in for that push with an advantage on every single fight.
Yeah, and honestly, here it comes. I mean, English is absolutely feeling the pressure here as he sits ready and waiting for the looming threat of Excuse Me, UMP S12 combo, and he's going to go with a nade to hook it up, it looks like.
He's already getting started. For Excuse Me. See the auto shot in. Do not work, but Striker is going for the push. Unfortunately, he's not quite able to still hold on. His teammate might get thirsted there, but that man looking to hold it up with that top action in hand with the UMP.
Yeah, Striker now final hope here for the Kasik team. absolutely clutching to life by the hair on his chin, desperately trying to stick revive on English. It's going to be a finish from Furia with the UMP-45, that close quarter combat annihilator.
Not to be excuse me, calling themselves the kings of Picaro, as they win that fight. 4 eliminations to get things started. They lost 1 player earlier on at the beginning of the fight, but nah, it's not gonna stop them. That would guess they'll still get all their 4 eliminations and head on into the game. And now let's just watch. You'd see just how much just that early 4 elims is gonna put them in the game.
Ooh, and we have another qualification here on our hand. It's going to be the Dagestan boys up against what I believe is Virtus Pro, correct? That is the single, Haze, Purple, and Folly, with Folly already being knocked, leaving it riding on a 3-piece here. And Haze has already been reduced down to below half health, but he is going to be in charge of the revive, while Single and Purple take charge of the Overwatch and cover fire.
Promise you, VP were excuse me, no, they were Team Codex actually. Yeah, they were Team Codex yesterday, but today Pro. Whichever one, I'll take it. I'm enjoying it, but it does look like they will get that elimination to themselves. And see rotations now coming through for many of these teams. This is that point in the game where you want to start those rotations because there's no more time to waste.
Well, speaking of time here, time is becoming sparser and sparser, fewer and fewer, and as you can see, we are reaching about the 2.5 minutes left to go for the remainder of stage 2. As this match progresses, the zone will continue to shrink more and more, and that blue zone, as you well know, my brother, will start implementing more and more damage. No time to waste. Game Lord's at it here with Akashi overwatching the likes of that M4 3X combo. He's got that Glacier ready and waiting, taking actually a little bit more damage than he's able to dish out.
Yep. And it's long-range engagements in Miramar, which is what we love about the map, right? And now seeing the players there from Game Lord in this engagement, it's not too surprising. I know they're a team that likes to rely on that mid-range and long-range engagements, especially where I would love to see Akashi on those off angles. So seeing them trying to, corner up the players there from Virtus Pro is nothing too surprising to see. It's just a question of how well it's going to work out for them. Although we did see it bite them in the butt yesterday, whenever they go for those long splits, they usually end up getting poured out one after the other, which kind of puts them in a disadvantage. But it's a question of how well or if the players there from Virtus Pro are aware of what team is around them.
Brother, I am so glad you brought that up, because you bring up this the split scenario here, this split tactics, this 3-1-2-2, sort of split where you have one member or two members go off to acquire a different perspective. Now, why do it? Why not do it? Well, there's several reasons why. One, it gains you the advantage of having multiple perspectives here on your opponent. But also the ability to emphasize distraction, to draw attention away or to your teammates, so the other group can catch them off guard. Now, that can be implemented beautifully, but it is a very difficult strategy to get into placement and get into full effect. So it takes quite a bit of practice, quite a bit of synergy, and very often does not pay out if any slight mistakes are made. So if you don't have that, what I like to call it the boa strat, like a snake that kind of constricts on you. If you don't have that boa strat well rehearsed and you're not well synergized with your teammates, then maybe the Solidarity unit is the way to go. But Grounds, we're dealing with a professional level of gameplay here, so I'm expecting those sort of strategies to be pretty well implemented. And I expect our participants to be able to work solidly as a singular unit, as well as be able to handle their ones.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that come through from all of these teams, or many of these teams yesterday, especially with the Gaimin Gladiators. We see them hold very long splits like the one they're holding right now on that western edge of the circle. We see them hold those long splits, and they're able to stay consistent. We saw Tixi all on his own yesterday in Miramar get up to 8 eliminations in the match they won, and it just goes to show that individual confidence and prowess that these players are able to show, especially when they go on those long splits.
Yeah, And we do have a little bit of a spread here on the board, but as we said, it is to be expected in the earlier stages of Miramar. And while they might look semi-close here, it really is quite a bit of space once you zoom in. And speaking of which, we are going to catch eyes here on, I guess, Porka here. And he is trying desperately to get away from the clutches of his opponents beneath him in Mad Bulls. And as we were talking about, he's a solo, and he's utilizing that buggy, just maneuvering those divots and dunes. And you know what I'm curious to see around with this sort of zone? There's a lot of high ground opportunities, especially around the La Bendita, Minas Generales area, as well as the outskirts in between San Martin and Bocado. And I'm curious, is perhaps Havlik of Excuse Me going to utilize that high ground? And if so, would he have to face the looming threat here of the Gaimin Gladiators? Gaimin Gladiators, wow.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, formerly Navi, formerly HVVP, you know the list of their names. But anyway, we do see them holding it up on the top of the hill. And man, I would have hoped to see, a sniper rifle, but man, it's going to be the DMR, which I wouldn't be too concerned about. You see someone in the party van out there from the Muerte, taking some shots there from Mate. But it looks like he'll be fine. I know he'll be fine. I can beat my chest because he's in the party van.
Oh, yeah. So we have Matic here. You were talking about that, the DMR, but the thing I like about it is I believe that it was recent. Most DMRs were buffed. I believe the Mini, SLR, I think they all have a little bit of damage added to their bullet output. I could stand corrected on that, but most snipers have been recently buffed as well. I think a lot of bolties got a little extra damage, maybe with exception to the Mosin. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. Ooh, well, no time to waste, though. Narvalo of the Game Lords, right in the clutches, with his opposition of Shockwave's
Snowick's not with his HP to handle that fight against Narvalo, and down he would go, stalking the players there from Shockwave yesterday. They did say they were a fairly new roster. They're trying out some new players, some new strategies, and just seeing how well they'll be able to do. They do lose Snowick's, one of the strong members on that team. It's a question of how well will they be able to play without him on the squad. It's something I'm looking forward to seeing with the Sly Machines being on the top of the hills. That zone centering up quite nicely, and it looks like a finish at the crown of it.
There it is. The remainder of Shockwave retaliate from the Game Lords. Robs is down on the distance. Alpha 7 for Rio getting on the distance. Brady taking some of the bloodbath warfare here on the board.
Freddy out here just showing why he was one of the top fraggers in the North American region in the PMPL last year. Coming out here showing his prowess in the Europe region, and that was just a wonderful 1v2 that he took. Man, the individual excellence I'm seeing from these players is mind-blowing.
Yeah, and it's not only that, but his ability to react contemporaneously, really able to act without hesitation in the moment. Every team, when they're up in these sort of situations on a map as wide open and vulnerable as Miramar, if you get your knocks and it's a good knock and you really want to take advantage of it, you have to be able to not hesitate and know when to push, when to weigh your options, which fights are good to aggress on after you get that knock.
Exactly, and get those instant thirsts, because the eliminations are what we are here for. Those eliminations are what we see many of these teams, start to rack up. Players there from that project, not quite high up on that elimination count. See them just chilling out there on that southeastern edge of the circle, looking all sexy. Not gonna lie, I love that underground world outfit. Call it the yellow mommy suit.
Yeah, well, I get no time to waste as we get eyes on Tixie of the Gladiators, very close to the looming threat of, you guessed it, Alpha 7, the notorious Alpha 7. We see Carrillo ready and waiting. 4X Scar L aimed outward at the likes of Shockwave's Juan, Minus, and Freddy. Got Juan from the Panthers.
Yeah, I tell you, it does look like North America is coming through to Europe. I mean, seeing Juan and seeing Freddy here, it's nice to see. Love to see how the North American players are going to fare in an entirely new region. But it does look like they're doing well. And bro, Alpha 7, I did mention this yesterday. They're coming fairly new into this lobby. So I wasn't really expecting them to do too well yesterday. But I know for one, when they do their research, they will be good to come in for the second year, and that's already what we see with that wonderful quick pick coming through from the side of Senna to get that knock onto the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and it looks, unfortunately for them, like Revo, who was just able to secure a takedown, I believe, was actually taken down in retaliation here. But look at talking about utilizing the geography. On a map as so open, you need to know what little bits of cover are afforded to you when none else is available. And this geographical cover here is about as ideal as you get, covering you on a 360-degree angle. Only thing taking you out from a knock from below is going to be a nade to follow, I would say.
Yeah, and well, I don't think any player is going to be able to chunk a grenade that far. And there we get yet another zone shift, and indeed it's going to be the crown. And we see the players there from Team GQ just around the edges of the crown. And it's kind of surprising not to see any team on that eastern edge of that crown, because I would expect many of those teams to be playing in from that edge. There's so much high ground, and there's so much cover out there.
As you said, it's an open area, and so high ground, you would think, is definitely going to place a lot of emphasis, but you bring up a good point for debate. You know, in a situation like this, on a zone such as this, what is the better route? Do you go for the geographical open high ground, or do you go for the compound cover, which might not be at an elevated position? What would you say is the better route? For me, I would go elevated high ground open, because even if someone in a compound below does get a knock on you, their ability to acquire a thirst is going to be slim.
Exactly. Major reason why I'm going to go with that high ground too. So the high ground, pretty much high ground for a reason. You're down to the compounds, you can get the knock. But when you're in the compounds, it's almost like you're getting 0 eliminations. You are not able to reach up onto 5. So it's pretty much a camping strategy if you're going straight up into the low ground. So I'd expect them to stay on the high ground, be on that ground, we'll try to move around, get those knocks, smoke grenades to your advantage, and the beret is just an absolute blessing.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like De Muerte having a little bit of trouble off in the distance, facing off an altercation, but also injuring himself going off. All the while, Mad Bulls and DP facing off. It looks like Flight has been taken down, leaving the remainder of DP to focus on a three-peat here of Ulika, Frozen, and Zeri.
Saw the Mad Bulls show up to be very strong on Erangel yesterday. I did challenge them yesterday that can they do better on Miramar? And I don't know what the answer to that question might be. They've currently lost one player with Zerich down. Frozen and Tulika, the last 2 men to hold it up, but make that just Frozen, and Tulika is going to fall short. The auto in their hands of Frozen. It's an absolute monster as he chunks those 12 gauges into the bodies of the players there from Dark Project.
Yeah, Frozen, that S12. It was a split-second change of the tides there with that one shot to separate his opponent from life and death. All the while, we've got other oppositions facing off right now. The Gladiators in very close proximity to Konina Power. Gladiators already reduced down to Kitsune and Matic. Matic holding position with that 3-4 mini combo.
And it's kind of interesting to see the players there from Gaimin Gladiator already lose 2 players this early on. But, you know, them being on that western edge just did set them up for a whole lot of skirmishes. There are so many teams around them, Alpha 7 being one. And that just explains why they got picked apart one after the other. Team Codex still looking to be alive. We saw them yesterday put up a whole lot of placement points, which I did talk to them about. I'm like, yo, you need to put up more eliminations up on the board. And I don't know how I feel about seeing them alive at this point with only 2 elims.
Well, yes, I think you know, we were mentioning before the match started about this new scoring system and what it's going to mean for the future of PUBG Mobile Esports. I think, yeah, the general theme is going to be that it's going to probably prioritize kills quite a bit more than the previous scoring system. And so, yeah, the placement is always going to be important. There's always going to be a need to grab, but you can't be afraid to take on your altercation. Oh no! Attacker of Sly just wrecked into, leaving Sly Machine riding on attacker, I guess attacker alone, pardon me, teammate smashed into, leaving him as the final hope here for Sly Machine, trying to hold off the opposition pay here with some utility.
Well, he is very thankful that they find himself in the center of the crown, which means the players that are pushing him from Team GQ are getting heavily third party, so he gets to buy himself a little bit of time. But Team GQ, we know them to be that team that is very aggressive. They do not like to waste time. They know how to get those elims, and you can see them trying to wait for that push. They cannot waste any more time as that zone continues to center up smaller and smaller. The crown does seem to be favored a lot.
Yeah, and not only that, but we have, you know, excuse me, Furia coming in as well with that there's a UMP ready and waiting. Empire through the window, like is down and out for the count, just like that. Furia taken down as well. Yang is now the final. Can he do it? He does get the takedown.
7 eliminations through the name for the players there from Team Excuse Me. And like I said, that momentum that you take from that early fight goes on when you start getting to the later phases of the game.
Yeah, and all the while, Carrillo of Alpha 7 facing off against the looming threat in front of him here. That DP? Yes, DP here. We got Madness and Latte holding position. Chayok just a little bit above. It's going to be a exchange of utilities. Both oppositions here kind of doing estimation of where their opponent is, trying to get that easy knock.
Yep.
Oh!
Grenades is what we love to see, and Alpha 7 already getting that introductory knock onto the side there of that project. Does look like they would have only 2 players left to kind of hold the fort, especially at this angle. The third player not really being in sight. But Alpha 7, they've got grenades prepped up and they're launching it up the hill. And it gets very tricky and hard to launch grenades that will actually land when you're throwing them from below a hill.
Yeah, and we hear Shayok desperately trying to heal himself up before sticking a revive on his fallen teammate Madness before the looming threat of Alpha 7 approaches. Now, whether or not they'll be able to get that revive in time is yet to be seen. Doesn't look like Alpha 7 is really prioritizing the push on that one. I think they're going to weigh their options and reposition themselves. All the while, Virtus Pro's Hayes taken down by Cena.
Virtus Pro, they do seem to be holding up quite nicely with all 4 players alive, still on the edge of the crown as I suggested, and they're doing quite all right. Every team that were in the middle of the crown find themselves knocked out or down to at least 1 player, that is definitely bad news. But it still works if you're a solo, just being out here, just camping it out, relaxing. Attacker already on 5 elims. That man does seem to be putting in the work.
Catching eyes once more on Virtus Pro, who currently sits at 3 kills, but it's still a full 4-person team. We see Single ready and waiting, cooking up that Hellfire nade, trying to make it rain down upon the likes of Konina Power, but not getting any connecting damage whatsoever.
Konina Power going to be using the inside, the middle of the crown as a route into the circle. But it's not going to be working out too well for them. Virtus Pro are very active on that gatekeep. They're looking to prevent anyone from coming out of the crown. And bruh, of all the teams that you want to be surrounding you out here, you do not want Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 being the ones playing gatekeeper.
Now, just as we say it, Hayes is taking quite a hit from that utility and reduced down to just below half health. All the while, Purple, his teammate, is taken down with a separate nade. This is going to put a lot of pressure riding on him. And I'm curious to see what Palucci is going to do here in the moment. He's got himself that Alpha 7 not laying off.
The teammates that the players there from Konina Power did not ask for is Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 clearing up the path for the side there of Konina Power. And I'm looking forward to seeing Konina Power use that to their advantage, right? Because Alpha 7, they seem to be heavily focused on the side there of Virtus Pro. That they're forgetting about the fact that Konina Power just right there at the bottom of the hill.
That's right. You can't, especially on a map as open as Miramar, you can't start seeing red. You can't get too focused in on one particular team because you're going to leave yourself vulnerable for a third party. All the while, we see Latte of DP getting a takedown, and he is the final hope here for his team, coming in with the M4. Power, but all for naught.
They do it. We saw this man yesterday about how good he is, and that is going to be Virtus Pro going out in the lobby Alpha 7. They probably should get the memo right now. We know them to be that Miramar strong team. They exert their prowess on this map, already up by 6 elims, and they're looking to increase that count as they go on for that full send onto the side there from Konina Power. But Konina Power, they've been strong today, and there is a possibility that they will continue to hold on to that strength as they look to ward off the players from Alpha 7.
Yeah, you know, it's honestly, I'm not sure if there was a wasted opportunity there or not. It did seem like with that member of Konina knock, it could have been an opportunity for Alpha 7 to quickly react, you know, in the moment. Before the revives were an option. But you know, Alpha 7 knows their sequence. They know their confrontations very well. Case in point, it's all right. MP3 and the high ground takes over him, and he is eliminated just like that, Crowns.
Alpha 7. I spoke to them. I spoke about them yesterday, sorry. I'm like, Alpha 7, give them the whole of yesterday to do their research, and they will be back today to show you just why they're one of the best teams in the world. And now they've done it today, finishing with the winner chicken dinner, backing it up with 9 elimination points to go alongside it. I cannot complain about that. Talk about a win.
Yeah, honestly, phenomenal performance in any way you look at it. That's going to be game over for round one. Alpha 7 absolutely living up to their team name and establishing themselves as the alphas of match one as they secure first place with 9 kills. 6 of those 9 kills go to Carrillo. We got Konina Power. You know, that horse was almost ready to win the race, but not quite able to take the finish as they take second place. Ain't nothing wrong with silver and 8 kills to their name. We got the likes of Virtus Pro, and they're going to be securing third with 3. How fitting. We got the crew in DP coming in fourth with 5. Sly Machine, they're going to be securing 5th place with 7 kills. But look at this, Grounds. 5 of those 7 go to Attacker alone.
Yeah, and that just goes to show what that man was doing out there in the center of the crown, right? As much as all of those knocks were coming in through, my man was just out there picking up those aliens. He's like, oh, there's a cookie, I'll take it. Oh, another cookie, I'll take it. And that man definitely played his part in that fight, and he's able to get his teams as much elimination points up on board.
Yeah. Do you mind going through the rest of the score results for me while I adjust this? I'm going to make it so we have that full screen without the little Lidoma top bar. I think that was made for a mobile overlay here. So I'm just going to go ahead and adjust that.
All right, we do see the players there from Sly finishing in 5th place with 7 elims, with Excuse Me finishing in 6th place with 7 eliminations. And man, I'm going to talk about Excuse Me for quite a while because they played so well. We saw them do this yesterday, and now they've come again to do it today. And I vibe with the gameplay that they have. You know, get those early engagements, get the 4 eliminations to get things started. You're onto a good start, and then they continue to work on that one as they head into the game. So that is wonderful that I've seen from Excuse Me. Virtus Pro, I spoke about this yesterday, and they've come in today to still do it. I said they're a team that knows how to survive to that final phase of the circle. But when it comes to that elimination, they're not really putting up those elimination points. And I would really love to see them start up with the elimination. Players there from Team GQ finishing in 7th place with 5 elims. And this is not really much elims that we'll see from them. And they're already dropping on that consistency bar, which is what I picked them up on yesterday. But I hope to see them do better. Team GG Gaimin Gladiators finishing in 8th place with 1 elim. The side there of Shockwave in 9th place with 6 eliminations to go alongside it, and that is nice. Mad Bulls in 10th place with 1 elim. The side there of the Muerte in 11th place with 2 eliminations. Major Pride in 12th place with 3 elims, and the side there from Game Lord finishing in 13th place with 1 elimination. Final 3 teams would be Dagestan 7-7, Team Kasik with 1 elim, and the side there of Unicorns of Love.
Yep, and unfortunately for Unicorns, 0 kills to end match 1, but we still got plenty of action, mayhem, and strategy left ahead of us, guys.
Yep, there is a lot of action, but there is not a lot of spots that takes you into the finals. There's only 9 teams that will be making it into the finals, and Unicorns of Love closing off yesterday. They were in 11th place, 1 point behind that threshold. It does put them in a trickier spot now that this first game of the day is not going well. And you know who was on 10th position just above Unicorns of Love?
Who?
Konina Power. Now Konina Power does well in this game. So we know that Konina Power is definitely getting jumped up the top of the leaderboard. Same thing can be said about Alpha 7 because we know how strong a winner chicken dinner with eliminations could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And give me just a brief moment as I prepare to get us into this room and prepared for the next match coming up here. And I am curious, what's going to happen? You know, that was the wide open desert of Miramar, obviously, but I am very, very curious what's going to happen when we do kind of tune things back to Erangel, you know, and what sort of differences do you think we're going to end up seeing?
I think in Erangel, we're just going to see teams being more ready because this first game of the day, not only does it start things off, but it kind of dictates the tone that every team is going to be taking onto the rest of the games. So right now, we know like there's a couple of teams that are waking up. right? The likes of Alpha 7 already waking up. We're seeing teams that were not doing too well yesterday start to pick off. I'm talking about Shockwave. We didn't see Shockwave get this much eliminations yesterday. And then coming into today, getting 6 elims to their name, you know that that team is already setting up a standard that this is what we're bringing in for today's games. So every other person in the lobby, you have to get ready. I mean, Dagestan, they started off so well yesterday, and now this first game of today, finishing in, with 0 elims and 0 points in total, maybe not the best.
Yeah, teams like Shockwave, going home and really reviewing, doing their research, their due diligence, and studying where they may have gone wrong on day one, and sort of accounting for that error as they move forward into the coming days. And honestly, what better way to set the tone than getting a good number of kills on your first match to give you that confidence and momentum factor that you need to boost your way forward throughout day two.
Yeah, exactly. And then, for one, once you start to get the elims, it kind of makes you just feel like, you know what, I have what it takes to take out pretty much any player that I want to take out in this lobby. And that's the confidence that you need when you're heading into, a day of game like this. Because today, it's today or never. And I'm looking forward to see more individual prowess coming through from this team like we've just seen, or from these players, actually, like we've just seen in this first game of the day.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is exactly what the edge of your seat was made for, and I hope you are all enjoying this event. We are so happy to have you here with us for the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist. Stick around. Crowns and I are going to be right back at you in just a few short moments as we return for match 2 as we take things back to the very first map ever of Erangel. Be back soon, guys. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round 2 of the PUBG Mobile Lidoma Invitational Twist. And we are kicking off round 2 as you guessed it, the very first map ever of Erangel, the off-bred love child of Sanhok and Miramar, because it's the perfect middle ground between those two extremes, leaving it fairly reliant upon that flight path, as we previously had mentioned. Crowns, what's your prediction for a flight path?
Something going you know that slant one we get from the military island that goes up to Jojopol? I think that's something that I want. Something all the way from Novo straight up to close to Zaki. That's something like I would want. That's the play part that I would enjoy.
Ooh,
he's talking works for many of the teams.
You're talking about this little route. Okay. You want to make the participants angry. I like that. Yes, I like the not so opportune flight paths. I wouldn't even mind a Milta Power to military base flight path or something just to really set the tone and throw people off. Well, here we see our flight path as it stands, and let's have a look-see.
Who was right? Oh, it's even worse.
Well, it is definitely got our participants cringing just a little bit. But as you can see here, it is going to leave our participants with a fair number of options. At least they're going to be able to have a couple compounds in the cities to choose from. We got Georgia, South Georgia, I suppose. Primors, military, Pachinki, Novo to Milta Power, Milta itself. All are potentially droppable here.
Yeah, they are droppable, but I guess that's why we like Erangel, right? Regardless of where this playing path is, these players know where to find those those spawn vehicles. So, land close to the road, get a spawn vehicle, and start your rotation into the circle, because that's the only way you can actually, go through the early phases of this circle.
Out of my ear. Here, I'm going to let you discuss this flight path real quick, and I'm going to go ahead and pull these scores up. I believe we may have just received them.
Alrighty, and while he does that one, we're going to talk much about this play path, because all of these teams, by the time they start to land, the only way they can actually avoid those early engagements is by looking for vehicles and finding it to their original drop locations. Because right now, everyone just has to jump off, and even while you're looking for vehicles, you could also still run into some other teams, which would start leading to cases where we start to see a little bit of runovers coming through. But it's nice to see that some of these teams are still keeping it up, not being too aggressive, not focusing too much on finding the other teams. But there we go, guys. We've got the leaderboards right on board. Mad Bull still maintaining their lead. Dagestan 77 also still staying in there in second place. But bro, that chicken dinner pushed Alpha 7 way up.
Yeah, absolutely it did. My apologies for switching that scene on you. I was meant to get this on here as well. So yeah, honestly, we got a pretty decent first match here to start us off, but you can see it definitely gets a little bit closer and thicker into the action between spots 2 and 3, and then from 4th place down. But there's an outlier, and that outlier is called Mad Bulls. Well, ladies and gentlemen, no time to waste. Let's see what kind of spread we got here. Ooh, looks like we might have something in the works here. Sly Machine not far in proximity from the likes of GQ.
Yeah, and it's something that we don't really see too often. But right now, given that playing path was absolutely bad, it's going to force that to happen. It looks like the Sly Machine just wants to get the people and head out of there. And I vibe with that. Play it a little bit peacefully, get yourself looted up, get yourself comfortable, get yourself very comfortable as you head into the game, because nothing beats comfort, especially in early phases of the game.
Yeah, you want to make sure that if you have to take in an early game confrontation, that you at least have some resources to defend yourself with, be it armor and weapons, ideally. But as you can see from Mandarin, a Sly Machine driving pretty close by to the looming threat of GQ, he's not going to have to face that altercation just yet. However, further up north, we can see a little potential thing in the works here, and that would be between the likes, of Mad Bulls and Dagestan. And as we said, Mad Bulls definitely seems to be a bit of an outlier here, with just a huge point lead over the playing field after match 1.
Yep, and that outlier that we keep setting is what these teams is going to make these teams, it's going to make it hard for many of these teams, because right now we're not just looking at the outlier on the top of the board, right? We're beginning to see a little bit of a spread or a little bit of gap between that 9th place and 10th place, right? Currently already looking like 4 points separating them, and like it's from 4 points it starts to increase and increase and increase. So many of these teams, especially the ones that find themselves at that bottom 9, they really need to step up the game.
Well, here we have, excuse me, up against the looming threat here of Konina Power. As you can see, Yang has already been taken down. Havlik and Furia eliminated, leaving everything riding on Black and Black alone to carry on excuse me's name, and he is just being swarmed upon by a cloud of Konina Power members. Oh!
So that guy, see that guy? Oh! Jump shot is gonna be once again down, and that's a piece coming through from Black. It's got another grenade prepared, and that man has got solid headphones. He's about to throw that one. He looks good. Oh! Gets the bounce, gets the thirst, but that HP down, but it's not going to be okay. As Konina Power would get all 4 eliminations, but at a deadly cost of 2 players.
That's absolutely right, Crowns. Yes, they got those kills on the board, but it did not come without paying a hefty price. But wow, excuse me, Black putting up what a last rights performance. He says, you might take me out, but before you do, I'm going to put up a message to you for sure that I'm not going to be so easy. Ooh.
Well, I mean, going out with 2 eliminations is better than the goose egg, so I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take 2 over an onion any day. Well, we've got the likes of DP outside of the zone here, half of them outside of the zone, occupying the Primorse area, and Defu just outside underneath Quarry against the looming threat of the Gladiators. And I'm going to get eyes on Tixie here to see what's going to happen with this altercation.
Very great individual players, one of the strong fraggers, or actually one of the fraggers in that squad, Gaimin Gladiators. That's if all of them are not even regarded as fraggers. But yeah, we do see them looking very, very split, like they normally will be. Tixie realizing now that he's got company, taking a couple of shots, but he's going to be able to maneuver and swerve his way around it. It does look like he doesn't want any much of that trouble. We just see him heading away in the opposite direction.
Alrighty, let's see. I think maybe something between Mad Bulls and Dagestan. Or, you know what? I'm going to stay here on Tixie just because I'm seeing DP coming into the mix.
Oh, I hope they do. I mean, early engagement, get yourself some eliminations to get started off, you know, set the tone, put yourself on high momentum, and get right into the game. But it looks like Gaimin Gladiator are going to go for a more strategic approach, as we do see that cavalry, that pickup coming through for Tixie. Just chilling. It's not the best of vehicles. It's going to be the bike. We've not really spoken about the bike because, man, the 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers in this game are absolute torture.
Yeah. I think we're all used to, if you have to resort to a 3-wheeler, at least shooting one tire out. That's usually a way of kind of figuring out who are the newbies in PUBG Mobile. When they don't pick out that tire, you have a general idea. Well, no time to waste, as Sly Machine's Mandarin is driving northbound, finding himself in relatively close proximity to the looming threat of the Game Lords, quickly reevaluating and drawing back down south. We can see the likes of Unicorns of Love now entering as a 4-piece, but putting themselves in what I like to call a peanut butter and screwed sandwich, as they are surrounded here on numerous sides. We've got Mad Bulls off to their west, as well as Dagestan, and to their northeast, the likes of the Game Lords. And just beneath them, maybe a little bit of distance down there, is going to be the likes of Sly Machine. So they're going to have to account for all 4 of their sides here. It is a tough call.
It is a very tough call, and they're setting themselves up for what looks like a potential disaster. But hopefully many of the other teams would be able to rotate away from them, because it's like still Mad Bulls and Game Lords still happen to be in their looting phase, so they've not really commenced with their rotations yet. So maybe when they start to rotate, we might just get to see you know, the backs or the behind of the players there from Unicorns of Love. We might get to see it free up a little bit, maybe get a little bit of space to work with. Many of these teams also still in their looting phase, but a couple of others are already starting that rotational phase.
That's right, Grounds. And yeah, we are left with a little bit of downtime, a little bits of pockets of silence, moments of in between us, but as I said for match 1, it will apply for match 2, as it does for large maps. which is the entirety of what we're going to be working with today, you're going to have bits of downtime, but a more passive early game always, always, always directly translates to a more action-packed and climactic mid or in-game. So I'm not too discouraged. I think it's going to be worth the trade.
Yeah, given the way PUBG Mobile can be so dynamic at times, many of these teams trying not to move too much because, especially when they find themselves in a little chunk of the circle, because they know that when that circle starts to shift, it might just become disastrous to get those hard shifts. So people not trying to really commit to parts of the circle. We do see Team GQ like they normally do, heading straight for the dead center of the circle. But that's what they always do. They always go to the center of the circle in the early phases, and then when we start getting to those late phases, they start to pick up those killings, and it works out for them. They do look to continue up with that in this game.
They're going to have to be a little bit careful here because if these large maps have taught me anything, is that early rotation into to claim that new real estate can be very advantageous, and it could also work against you, especially on, let's say, a desert map where you have no compound cover. If you're the first to acquire that central location, then you're leaving yourself vulnerable on a 360-degree angle. So it's, yes, I think that in this case, with this zone, it's a good time to push the center real estate, but I think it should be a more contextually based rotation. If you automatically just push center every time, you are going to set yourself up for some trouble occasionally.
Yep, you're setting yourself up for potential third party, fourth party, every number of party. But man, it's going to be party out here on the top of Potato Hill, where we see the players there from Sly Machines getting into that early engagement that they did not seem to want to get into. And it does look like right now they're going to put Dagestan 77.
And Shifu taken down at the hands of the Sly Machines, but revenge serve cold and fast. And now Limbo Boom ready and waiting. Honey Badger M4 combo in hand, and you can hear Sly Machine pulling that rotation, weighing their options. Are they going to go for a revive? It looks like Pinchik potentially could be considering it.
It does look like they slept on that one. They're going to be using that player as a small price to pay for salvation, in the likely words of our man. Well played. Third party looking to come through from Team GQ, but it looks like Dagestan 77. Definitely well aware of that.
And sometimes you got to cut your losses and carry on with what you can, but all the while, Sly Machine putting some shots off in the distance, and further northbound, we can see the likes of Alpha 7 engaging here with Game Lord.
Well, to happen as we see shots coming through from the side of Alpha 7. Looking to hold it up as Shockwave finds himself in a lot of trouble trying to rotate into that circle. Alpha 7 down by 1. The point where we start to see the confidence coming through from teams like the Shockwave.
Boy, Carrillo almost taken down to a knock. Just a sliver of health to speak of, and got the heal off just in time as he tried to retaliate on the game mode. Saw a 4x combo aimed outward, not getting any such connecting damage just yet. However, off in the distance, we see Shockwave's Terminus going in, getting a brief eye in their altercation here from the opposite end of the bridge. Terminus scoped in, 3x bar up.
How are you calling Terminus? I'm like, wait, why didn't I think about that? I used to calling him Terminus. Oh my god.
Well, I did call the Gladiators something other than I said Gaimin. So it's gaming, okay. But they spelled it differently. Give me a
right.
Yeah, I mean,
they just play with our heads.
I feel like that's half the goal in PUBG Mobile Esports, is to try to stump the and pronouncing. Well, Alpha 7 in a bit of a conundrum as Pedrino has been eliminated, Carrillo's knocked, leaving it riding on Revo on top, and Cena at about half health, just desperately trying to get a little position of cover here, maybe try to get a revive on his fallen teammate. That's going to leave Revo, is that going to leave Revo also right next to him? I was going to say to do Overwatch, but it looks like their opponents in Shockwave being distracted, in fact, by the giving them a little bit of a saving grace situation.
I don't want to really want to say it, but is Alpha 7 aware that this is PUBG Mobile and not the Olympics? I don't know, they be swimming.
Listen, we got some sneaky Michael Phelps in the mix here, some water snakes potentially, as we got Quan cooking up a utility, trying to make it rain, a little Martha Stewart nade on the opposition of Alpha 7. And boy, a little bit of damage has been taken. Cena's still pretty low on health. Carrillo is able to get revived here, but not much health here to speak of. Off in the distance, more altercations in the works, this time between the likes of Nexus and Dagestan.
Well, Potato Hill does seem to be home for a lot of engagement. Many teams like to go through there, and we can already see the players there from team Nexus coming up there. We did see Nexus be one of those high fragging teams. And yesterday they did a whole lot of fragging with their key fragger that I know of, Kapahala, not even fragging out so much. So that just goes to show, and we know when fraggers do not frag out on one day, they come back the next day with more intensity.
Yeah, man. And I think, you know, if you got the abundance in resources, you know, if your first day doesn't hit, then just recalibrate, you know, see where it went wrong. But we don't always have the time afforded to us for such a thing. All the while, Octavia from Nexus is taken down, leaving it riding Nafala, Kimi, and Omashina.
Well,
Machina.
the machine currently being used in play is the buggy. Gets one knockdown with the run over, one of the most stylish way to take out your enemies, as Dagestan 77 look to go into this fight against the side there of Nexus. Dagestan who already have that good momentum coming into this fight, given that earlier. But it looks like Nexus, they might just grab those revives and get out of dodge.
Yeah, Dagestan trying to hold them off and keep the pressure on them, and I don't think that their opponents in Nexus are really too eager for the immediate altercation if it can be avoided. But all the while, Kimmy does get a keep. Oh, Dagestan in just a brief few moments reduced down to Limbo Boom alone, who's desperately trying to dip out of dodge. All the while, Nexus thrown out of the frying pan into the fire against the looming threat here of Unicorns of Love.
Well, the Unicorns have heard the noise, and they're coming in for the third party. Kapahala in a world of danger. He's definitely exposed. Bullets begin to race towards him as he tries to pick to the left, pick to the right. Not enough. That boulder is not big enough to counter for that flank coming through from Suave, as he does take him down. Nexus Gaming buying themselves a little bit of time, trying to see if they can grab some revives.
Yeah, and Machino is in charge of overwatch and cover fire against the opposition here, while the revives on Kapahala are attempted here. Octavian is revived. Kapahala not quite able to be taken back up yet. Timmy's going to go for it. That means Machina's got to distract him. Beast from Unicorns of Love getting closer and closer to the altercation here beneath us. Aimed outwards. Boy, does he ever get to the Kapahala. Revenge served right onto him.
Sir, I was just about to say, that is a whole lot of confidence coming through from the side here of Unicorns of Love. They got a couple of eliminations or a couple of knocks. I would have expected them to go for a unified push. But it doesn't like they're going for a hit. And we need to see this 1v1 coming through. But that man not going into that fight with enough HP, and the side here of Team Nexus playing it calm as you like, able to get themselves 2 eliminations, 1 more knockdown with 1 player now from Unicorns of Love holding it up for them.
Yeah, it does seem like Nexus operating as a singular unit, working in their favor up against the now solo for the Unicorns of Love, Zero, who's desperately going to try to dip out of dodge. Can he make it away in the bug, taking a huge heap of damage and reduce down to about 15% of his overall health? He might still get away.
It does look like he's going to be using that buggy to his advantage, able to swerve and drive away from that one. Looks to build into the circle, and Potato Hill has served us, not Potato, but OP shots coming through from the side here of Team Nexus. They lose only 1 after taking 2 engagements.
Yeah, now we see it. Game Lord somehow driving in between the 2 different teams here. They got in between Konina Power and ARR without taking really any damage. I guess at this point it was not, was that Narvalo? Yeah, Narvalo and Victor. Not taking too much damage, all things considered, for how dangerous of a pass-through that was.
Yeah, and it's very surprising to see that northern edge is totally free, and I think that's a huge factor given the fact that Alpha 7 did start to take some engagements up there on that northeastern edge, because the entire north of the new circle is totally empty, and that's probably why players from Game Lord are like, are you sure there's no one in that compound? Maybe we should turn back, because it's looking a little too suspicious out here.
That's right. One brief moment here. I'm going to just moment here as we can catch eyes on the Mad Bulls, the winners of round 1, still looking in a very strong position. They're still a full 4-piece team, only 2 kills to their name, but as we said, they really put quite a leap forward in round 1. They've got a little slack in the rope.
Well, we'll see if they can do that one again today. We did see them play very well on Erangel yesterday, winning 2 Erangels yesterday. And now coming into this Erangel game today, they already have 2 eliminations, still up as a full squad, already looking to capitalize on that northern edge of the circle as they find a way into the circle from that Mount Everest side of things. a very strong force to reckon with. The man, looking forward to seeing them play better today.
Yeah, my apologies. I believe I might have over hyped it for them because I don't think that they actually, they didn't dominate, round one. It was Alpha 7 who really was the shining feature. But, Mad Bulls have shown a lot of promise and definitely know how to handle their ones here. So not a threat to be underestimated by any means there. But my apologies for the confusion.
Like I said, they actually did do well in Erangel yesterday. 2 winner chicken dinners in the belt for them, and both came from Erangel games. Pretty much, I think the only 2 Erangel games that they participated in, maybe apart from, yeah, actually. And they were able to get, like, those good eliminations, good chicken dinner. I think at the point they were able to get 15 elims and a winner chicken dinner. So that team, it does look like they know their way around Erangel.
Ooh, Doom off in the distance. The Kraken has been taken down, leaving it riding on Zeus, Muscolino, and
Yet another team with names that confuse me, but we know for sure Kraken, one of the very Kraken taking down take that fight. Sorry, made that Ventus Pro taking the fight against from Matthews.
Oh boy. Purple trying his best to keep pressure on from a distance. And it looks like Virtus Pro is going to dip on out until a rotation. But they are not alone. They are about to run head on into the looming threat of, you guessed it, Sly Machine. Ooh, can they make it away? Wow.
But it does look like Sly Machine does not want any of those fights, as we just see them trying to avoid that rotational cluster. Kapahala out there in the distance, just hearing all these vehicles like, look, something is going down. That is rotating, and they do rotate. That zone does move up to that northeastern edge where we see Shockwave holding a very good position. The buggy, the flip, what we talk about. Tulika is a whole world the high ground advantage, but that man has got his ones in the pocket.
Yeah.
As he gets that one.
Honestly, I was going to say, I think that might be the first time I've seen a vehicle crash that saved the person's life. That vehicle crash is ultimately what saved him, because if he had driven on through, he would have definitely been shot at aggressively and probably picked right out of that buggy. So kind of forcing him out of the vehicle and in a position where he could whip his gun out and retaliate.
ARR Esports already looking to get themselves 3 eliminations. We did see them play very passively yesterday, so seeing them get some eliminations right now in the game is good to see. We do see a lot of on that northern edge where we see the likes of against players there from Shockwave. The last player from Shockwave will eventually go down, and Narvalo increasing that kill count for his team, looking to be sitting pretty with 3 elims, but they did lose 3 players in that game.
Last hope here for Dagestan. Limbo Boom, a very aggressive member of the team. Unfortunately, in this situation, outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned in a position that was fairly vulnerable. And from there, it was just easy pickings for the likes of Doom to acquire their first kill.
Well, Doom, we know them to be a team that knows how to full send and push fights. I'm looking forward to seeing that come through from them in Erangel. We didn't see that come through from them in Miramar all of yesterday. So I'm looking forward to see them do better today in Erangel. They have just 1 elimination, which is not really giving me that ginger. But man, 21 players alive with 8 teams. There's still a whole lot of elims to go along.
Yeah, and we got Gimme of Nexus scoped in on the likes of ARR from the church rooftop here, getting a knock on one of them, reducing him down to a 3-piece, and not trying to get too focused and doesn't want to start getting tunnel vision on ARR. Still needs to be aware of the looming threats around.
Yeah, well, when you're in the church of Erangel, of Pochinki, and you start taking shots towards those squad houses, it's only just to weaken the helmets and vests, to just make sure if you eventually go for that push, they're not properly looted, they're not properly kitted up, you don't have to do too much to get to your knock. So, I mean, fair play coming through from the side of Team Nexus.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's catch a brief eye here. If you take a moment just to note, the Game Lord's getting a pretty nice positioning here. I guess Narvalo, the final hope for the Game Lord's getting a good positioning inside this new zone with the only compound cover afforded to it, but still facing that looming threat above him. I am, of course, speaking about Kasik. Oh, pardon me, not Kasik.
Game Lord through, but it's not enough to stop Tulika, as that man has been on a roll today, increasing that elimination count. 5 kills to the name there for the side there of Mad Bulls.
Oh, and you want to talk about a potential element of surprise. Mad Bulls, Frozen could catch a great surprise third-party angle here on Doom, is currently sandwiched in between the likes of Mad Bulls and the Gladiators. Him down very low. Ooh.
They're looking to be focused so heavily on the Gaimin Gladiators. They're not even too focused on what is going on behind them. But Frozen, able to gather as much information as he may need. The Gaimin Gladiators have to hold on. The only 2 players with Mech looking to just form up in the distance. And I saw these splits come through from Gaimin Gladiators. It did not work out well for them. Seeing them doing differently. It does look like he sprays through the smoke to get a couple of damage done, but not quite able to get any of those knockdowns. First knockdown will come through. Very strong player when we start to look at the mid-range fights that man is able to handle. But the players there from Team Doom only have to rely on the smoke grenades to hold on to themselves. Mad Bulls is out there for the third party, and Team Gaimin Gladiators doing so much damage onto their sides. They're not even looking at the knockdown players. They're only focused on trying to make it out of there alive. And those glacier shots would connect up onto the players there from Team Doom, leaving them with just the 1 player Goldie to hold down the forts, to wave the flag for that Team Doom.
Yeah, and that is how you kill a Kraken right there. Doom now relying on Goldie and Goldie alone, a sneaky little grass snake at this point. But as you can note, we got the Gladiators currently sandwiched in between numerous teams. Got GQ in front, as well as the likes of Team 14, aka Doom, behind him. Goldie utilizing the bush. All the while, the full team of ARR just doing a 2-2 split here. And you can see Beck driving around, actively seeking the smoke, seeking the confrontation. Cap off, utilizing a little bit of smoke cover where possible, and pulling a little adjustment for the vehicle, get it to a position of potential safety. I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully safety.
Did see ARR go on a crazy rotational blunder yesterday, because we always see them going for the rotations rather than focusing on taking the fight. And I really hope that's not what they're doing right now, because it does look like they're all moving around, not quite stopping in one place. So it's a question of getting your vehicles, gather as much information as possible, and use that information.
Yeah, with this zone being as small as it is, and compound cover being pretty much non-existent, that's when it comes down to really knowing what sort of cover you can utilize, what geographical advantages you have, what good hills, what good divots. And when those are few and far between, you gotta have those utilities, those smoke grenades in your back pocket for a situation just like this.
It's coming through from the side there of Mad Bulls, and you can already see Flight holding on his end, taking on the fight on the side there of ARR Esports. It does look like ARR Esports want to get rid of that man. Nexus coming crashing in. It did not work yesterday, and it does not look like it will today, as they would eventually get taken out and sent back into the lobby, down to the final 5 teams.
All right, the Mad Bulls off the distance. Sorry, I'm trying to get a click on him. There we go. We got Zeri trying to throw some utilities uphill outside corner position, and still taking out a beast with the star, or pardon me, the M4. Very nice takedown, but being reduced down to 1/4 of his overall health in the process. Sly utilizing some utilities as well.
Whoa, Elims onto the side of the Mad Bulls. They are absolutely raging in Erangel. We know this to be their map, and they are showing us why this is their map. Going all through, they're holding every single angle in the circle, playing gatekeepers. They know where every possible person could be, as Frozen continues to wreak havoc on the lobby. Grenades landing from the Mad Bulls. Meku gets sent back into the lobby, and the side there of Mad Bulls increase that elimination count to 15 with 3 more players to spare.
Yeah, 15 kills. Absolutely monstrous performance here on the end of the Mad Bulls, and we see Zeri adding a little insult to injury there with that dance. Let's go ahead and get an eye on the solo here, the final hope. Korka of GQ up against a full 1v4 situation, outnumbered, outmanned, outgunned, and in the dead zone with 9 first aids.
At this point, I'm wondering why this man is opting for that heal strat here in Erangel. Please do not make them increase the zone, the damage in Erangel. So please, Korka, stop Let it go. It's all over.
Well, Porka is feeling those final moments of life leave him here, but desperately trying to get the first aids off in time. He knows he's a solo at this point, and he knows he's gotten his team all the way up to that silver medal position, and done so with the team acquiring 5 kills. A second place finish with 5 kills is nothing to wag your finger at, Crowns.
Yeah, not really though. I mean, that's just 6 points from the position and 5 from the elims. I mean, 11 points up on the board. It is good-ish, but man, they need to do more. But I wouldn't blame them too much. I did say that I needed Team GQ to be a little bit more consistent, and maybe in second place is good, but they're not really consistent in terms of that elimination. We've seen them do better when we start to talk about their elimination. So man, Porka, I get it, eventually bleed out, but the Mad Bulls, the elephant in the room, or basically the bulls getting the winner chicken dinner with eliminations that I need my toenails to count.
Yeah, brother. And wow, honestly, there's times where teams can win by getting lucky, and people can be a little hesitant about oh, did they earn this? Well, I don't really think that there is a way to argue with a number like 17 kills on the board. Just an absolutely phenomenally aggressive performance at the end of the Mad Bulls, a team who is already showing a ton of promise, taking home a gold medal here for round 2 and a huge kill count to boost that number quite a bit.
I
Second
mean,
place. All right, go ahead.
17 points up on the board. Coming from yesterday, they were the team that had the chicken dinner with the most elimination, being 15. And then they come in today to say, "Oh, you thought 15 was good? Ah, come on, here's 17." But I'm just worried. It's always on Erangel. I need to see them pull this performance in Miramar.
Well, yeah, everything has been, context based here, and as we said, what worked so well on a map, that is fairly, fairly rich in vegetation, like Erangel. It might not be the ticket for that wide open arid desert, excuse me, of Miramar. So while Mad Bulls, coming into this match already holding a previous lead. This dub on top of it gonna absolutely add a little more slack in the rope for them. But I am curious to see, are they going to be able to maintain that sort of momentum in that sort of just giant open area? And what happens, Crowns, if let's say about 75% through the match, let's say around stage 4 or 5, we are left with a situation where compound cover becomes so few and far between. What's going to happen? Well,
Well,
go ahead.
I feel like with the Mad Bulls, if they're able to replicate whatever they've done in this Erangel game again, it should actually play out well for them. Because I mean, heading into those final phases, they did not have any cover. It was just down to the smoke, the burnt vehicles, and those troubles to kind of hold on to their end. And they eventually made it work. So man, like I said, the Mad Bulls, I'm vibing with what I'm seeing right now, but I want to see these same performances on Miramar. You
Yeah,
know.
that's right. So we got ARR in third with 4 kills, 3 of which go to Habib's, the Gladiators, securing fourth with 2 from Matic. Doom's going to be getting fifth with 1 kill from Goldie, whereas sixth place will belong to Nexus with 7 kills, almost perfectly evenly distributed. Everybody eats.
Mhm.
We got the Slime Machine securing seventh, and that's going to be with 2 kills on the board for them. Eighth place going to the likes of Game Lord with 3, Dagestan in ninth, unfortunately 0 kills to speak of. Shockwave, Shock in the field here in 10th place with 5 kills, 3 of which come from Quan. DP securing 11th with 3 kills, all of which go to Ivaneska. We got Virtus
Hmm.
Pro in 12th with 0, Konina Power in 13th with 4 between Palucci and Sangori. Alpha 7 having a bit tougher of a go around this time as they secure 14th with only 2 kills. Another tough go for the UOLs. Unicorns of Love in 15th with 2 kills from Beast. And look at this, excuse me, last place here with 2 kills, both of which are from Black.
And with these results that we're seeing, it's actually just making things a little bit harder. And I'm saying harder in the terms that the leaderboard is beginning to shape up. Mad Bulls were already sitting on the top, and right now they're just going to boost themselves to the further top. We're talking about them being an outlier. Well, I guess now they're going to be the real outliers because that winner chicken dinner with 17 points, 27 points onto 51. I don't even want to start doing the mathematics right now. I think it's pretty much safe to say they made it into the finals.
Yeah, man. Honestly, talk about a team who really could have technically, afforded a bad match. They didn't necessarily need to put the all 100% of their eggs into one basket. I don't think that they did. I think they played this at a pace that they themselves are comfortable with, and they just have this so well rehearsed and so synergized that they are able to react in the moment to whatever the new zone or playing field has to offer them. So that
Yeah,
means being in compound cover, maybe, sure, but either way, they're coming ready and waiting with the smoke grenades and vehicle covers to make it through that in game.
Yeah, and that just goes to, back up your points there about Erangel being that game or that map that everybody knows, right? And it just goes to show that the Mad Bulls, they know it the best because they every single Erangel game, they're pulling up with the numbers, they're doing the eliminations, they're getting the winner chicken dinner, and that is exactly what we want to see from the Mad Bulls. I enjoyed watching that game from them. Nexus Gaming too, putting up elims up on the board, continuing with that consistency that we saw from them yesterday is interesting to also see. But man, teams like Alpha 7, Virtus Pro, excuse me, that are not putting points up on the board, kind of opening up the chances. And, even teams like Unicorns of Love also sleeping on those chances that, the teams that are situated in the top eight are currently, playing with.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a couple scenarios, if not in a map like Erangel, maybe back in the match one, where there were some knocks that could have uh, culminated in a insta push, and that would have potentially been a different result for the in game for round one. But as we know, we've got that spectators God's eye view, 2020 hindsight, it's easy for us to say, being able to see everything in context, but our participants are not given that kind of luxury, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, they're not. There's only so much you can see in the game. There's only so much you can also do, which is why sometimes when I look at the playing pattern, I look at that zone shift, I'm almost like, what goes on in the heads of all of these players? Like, what are they thinking about at this moment? What is going through their minds? Because man, it's a whole lot. We get to see it also. We can say, hey, look, that guy was just prone behind you. You could have taken him out. But man, I'm in the game. I'm hearing shots from the left, hearing shots from the right. There's only so much I can do.
Yeah, I mean, in the heat of the situation, and shots are going off all around you, every which way. That's when the pressure is really sort of mounting up, and I think that is what comes. We are about to enter 5 years of PUBG Mobile esports, and so yeah, if at this point you're not pretty well rehearsed in how to react in that situation, then you probably would not have gotten to this level of gameplay in the first place. So I think we are kind of in for a treat in terms of some of that extemporaneous action. The contextual pushes.
Yeah, well, speaking of treats, we're about to head back into that Miramar map. But before we do that, we're going to head for a very, very short break, and we'll be right back with more Miramar action in the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist.
Stick around, guys. We'll be back soon. Alrighty. Ooh, sorry about that. Game over. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. This is going to be round 3 of the PUBG Mobile Lidoma Invitational Twist. And Crowns, I am so excited to kick this one off. We have got our second Miramar match of the day here. Round 3 about to get underway. And our participants have already had the first Miramar to warm up with. So this is where I'm expecting to see the gameplay really start to elevate.
Yep, and we really want to see these teams actually step up. But unfortunately, Unicorns of Love, Gaimin Gladiators, Shockwave, they're not gonna have that chance to do so in this game, as they are the group that will be sitting out this this next Miramar game, where we're going to be seeing the rest of the teams, especially the likes of Major Pride, Sly Machine Perfect. I don't know which is the difference between the Sly Machines, but I know there's 2 Sly Machines. But anyway, we're going to be seeing Sly Machines, the Muerte, and Team Kasik come back to play in this next Miramar game. So man, I'm keeping my foot on the pedal, keeping myself almost at the edge of my seat, still sitting there a little bit comfortable, because man, this is the halfway point of the day, and this is where things start to get down.
Well, as we said, Miramar is a map that's almost entirely reliant upon its flight path to determine what sort of early game we end up getting. So with that being said, let's see what we're working with. Ooh, it's a fairly similar flight path here to what we were working with in round 1. This could be huge. Why could it be so important? I will explain it once more. The reason being is because from this region here all the way down to here, it is splitting 2 lines of compounds and cities, and this divides it perfectly in half. So our participants are going to be left yet again with quite a few options to choose from to start things off. But right away, I'm seeing Virtus Pro traveling alongside the likes of Team 3, aka Game Lord. Let's catch eyes.
Well, it does look like Virtus Pro will be going somewhere around the edges of San Martin. Hopefully, they're looking for a vehicle. I would hope that's what they're trying to do, because, man, that early engagement in San Martin is disgusting. Like, it never ends. The fights in San Martin, if you think Picardo has got enough buildings, I think you should go to San Martin.
Well, you know, again, it's easy for us to say with that spectator point of view, but right away, Vanesca of DP landing directly over some competition in, I believe that's Nexus. This could be a tough call.
Yep, the exact or the polar opposite of San Martin is the graveyard area, because from the San Martin has so much buildings. But actually, in the graveyard area, you have little to no buildings. But anyway, auto shotgun in the hands of one, Vector in the hands of one. The 1v1 does come through, and the pre-fires is going to be the one to get that player down. And that's going to be a GG well played, as Nexus lose Kapahala early on in the game.
That's right, brother. Now, unfortunately for him, he's already out of the equation. But now we have just a brief moment. I do want to go ahead and go over the overall scores that we just got in. So look at this, brother. Mad Bulls now establishing a 27-point lead. Literally, over 50% of Nexus's overall points ahead of Nexus. So they have such an outlier here with 3 chicken dinners under their name, under their belt. These boys have been eating a lot of chicken, and they're getting a little hefty from it. Nexus holding 2nd place at 51. Dagestan and GQ as well as Konina Power, only 4 points apart from one another, with Alpha holding 6, 1 point above, excuse me. And look at this, 3 teams tied at 32 points. Major Pride, Gladiators, and Virtus Pro all at 32. And look at how close it is from 11th all the way down to, I guess you could say 14th. It's just 3 points apart.
Yep, and I'm looking at that threshold. I'm looking at that 9th position, because that is what these teams are fighting for, and it's not looking good. I mean, 3 teams already on that threshold having the same number of points. Oh man, like I said, this is the halfway point of the day, and this is where things start. This is where things start to shape up. Gaimin Gladiators, they cannot, well, actually they're not in this game, but you know, they cannot afford to keep having bad games. Same thing can be said about Virtus Pro. You know, I mentioned Virtus Pro yesterday. You cannot keep working for those placement points. You need to put the elims up on board. I mean, in the whole top 10, they're the only team with less than 17 elims or less than 15 elims. 11 elims?
Yeah, that is a tough pill to swallow, and there's definitely going to be some changes need to be made if there's any takeaway to be made from that. But for now, I'm a little curious as to what might happen here in the more northwestern portion of zone. Let me see here if I can get my highlighter on. Yes, there we go. I am, of course, speaking between the Game Lords and Dagestan, holding this high ground on the outskirts of Hacienda. We could see an opportunity here for the likes of Victor holding that Mesa edge. Let's get a brief eye. It doesn't look like he's got, any eye or overwatch over the opposition. And also take note of just how spread out the likes of Dagestan is. It's a 2-1-1 split, and that could leave Keep fairly vulnerable to the threat to his north, which is, of course, Alpha 7.
All the teams that you want chasing your solo, it's definitely not Alpha 7 because once it's one person, they're gonna chase them down. Revo, I think background, and I think Keep is aware of that one. Doesn't look to want to stop because he knows how spread out he is from his teammates. And I don't know. I hope to see a car chase, but we're not gonna be seeing that right now. As Keep is just gonna be driving off into the distance, trying to see if he can get closer and closer to his teammates. And this is where it starts to get crazy. When you go for your split route early on, you have to find a way to regroup together because right now it's almost looking chaotic for the side of Dagestan. Their rotations are not looking so good. They all have to form up on that eastern edge.
Well, I'm going to play the devil's advocate here, somewhat, because I do think that there is certain times where this 2-2 split or a 2-1-1 split could be appropriate, and fairly early game can be the most risky of those splits, as you mentioned. But I do think that it does, allow several advantages. Everyone can boot up a little easier, but also the multiple perspectives on your enemy. You're 100% right in knowing that Dagestan was left vulnerable to certain members of Game Lord and Alpha 7, and it just so happened to work out coincidentally in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's all Gucci when you land split to try to get as much loot as possible. But if you're going to start the rotations, you need to start it at the same time. Because you saw 2 players already from Dagestan already rotated into the circle, right? And then there's 2 other ones that are just straight, open for pretty much anyone to take. So I think that was a close call. If Alpha 7 were not switching vehicles there, I think that could have been the end of Keep.
Yeah, now we got Game Lord's Akashi literally sandwiched in a peanut butter and trouble sandwich in between several members of Dagestan. He does have your favorite vehicle for the map, though, the buggy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's got that party van, and he's just chilling with it. And Akashi, that man we know to be the one who likes to take those off angles, those third-party angles for his team. And it looks like he's also going to be adding scouts to his resume because that seems like what he's doing right now, trying to gather as much information. And that's it. Once you see the players, open that scope to just check out what is going on without taking any shots. You know that they're gathering that information. They're like, okay, so we've got a guy there, place a point on it. We've got guys here, and then that way you kind of shape up what you need to do next.
That's right. You got a mole in the desert here, and it goes by the name of Akashi, catching eyes on Shifu with that 3x Scar L, but he actually is going to engage. Ooh, yeah, I gotta agree, Crowns. I was in 100% agreement with what you were saying there, just gathering information. But appears we are left with a caster's curse to choke on our words here. It looks like Akashi did take a couple hits. Rob's 6x mini 14 into Limbo. His shots look good, but they're not connecting. Limbo has the hill glitch.
Matthew's probably like, what? But nah, it's not gonna work. And Limbo is just like, wait, is he shooting at me?
Limbo says, I think I might be invincible. All right, well, ARR currently sandwiched in between the likes of Sly Machine as well as their opponents in, I believe that's Major Pride. Yeah, Major Pride also utilizing a 2-1-1 split here. Konina Power very spread out as well, with Palucci actually in a potentially vulnerable situation just underneath the likes of Sly Machine here. Ooh, speaking of Sly Machine, it looks like they're about to face off as well with, who is that? It's going to be Vinchik getting in the altercations with Kasik, pardon me.
Well, we hope Team Kasik know what they're doing right now. We've not really seen them show up so well, especially on the leaderboards. Currently seated in 19th position. Definitely not what I said. I did cast a couple of these teams like a couple of weeks back, and Team Kasik was one of those teams that actually did relatively well. So I was expecting to see, better performances coming through this tournament, but it does look like they're a little bit on that sleeping end. Maybe not too far off from that threshold. I mean, they have about 16 points, just like 16 more, and they probably will be in that top 8. But to get 16 points in this game, you need to frag out.
Oh yeah, and when we had the opposition that was fleeing Alpha 7 here earlier, I was like, wow, what a good decision, because if Alpha 7 has shown anything today, it is that they know how to work a Miramar match, and so you do not want to be early game in their reach. So I think I'm very curious and excited to see what they're going to bring forth to the table here today, but especially here in matches 3 and 5, when we go back to that wide open desert and see their specialty here. All the while, DG, the Dira, getting a takedown in the distance and taking fairly minimal damage in the front.
Well, we do know Dagestan. They're that team that actually came through yesterday. We thought they were actually going to be the leaders of the lobby, but Mados had something else to say about it. Dagestan, strong team, and we can already see them getting themselves a couple of eliminations to get started.
Yeah, and it looks like Reflect right up in the clutches here with Nexus. Nexus in a real conundrum, sandwiched in between Dagestan and Sly. This is going to be a tough one, as Octavian makes it rain hellfire, throwing nades uphill bound, getting some damage on Shifu, who's going to retaliate with a nade of his own, and wrecks into Octavian. This is going to absolutely change up the playing field. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Bring this right back up. Boom. Oh no, what is going to happen? It's going to leave it going on Machina. Machina's out via the nade from Limbo. Boom.
I don't know, man. It's not American football. But man, the danger does not end for the side of Dagestan 7-7. They have to keep up with the side of Sly Machines as they've come in for that third party. But talk about wonderful grenades coming through from the side of Dagestan.
Boy, these regions just show such an elevated level of utility usage. Grenades are just on an entirely different level, a level that you would expect from an esports league that is almost 5 years in the running. I mean, this is unworldly. It's one of my favorite things to see about PUBG Mobile as the game progresses throughout its course is, every year the esports scene gets tougher and tougher and tougher. And if we were to look at this, coming into our almost 5th year of PUBG Mobile, I would say the lowest, I would say that like the average tier 2 team, that lines up with a season 2 tier 1. I mean, the competition has gotten thicker than frozen peanut butter.
Yeah, it's almost like everyone's getting better at this game. I mean, a whole lot. I mean, except for
everyone
me.
but me, yeah. I was gonna say.
Right? Except from us.
My KD somehow got worse.
They're not telling us.
Yeah, so my KD somehow got worse. But all right, here we have it, off in the distance, De Muerte. We haven't had a whole lot of time to check out De Muerte today. Not out of preference, it's because we haven't seen him in enough action just yet. But here we have it, Discrim, just right in the clutches with the likes of the opposition of Alpha 7. We got Cena here.
We've already seen Alpha 7 show us what they can do in Miramar. And we do talk about, their consistency on the map. So now seeing them going against the Muerte, who have only just 2 players here, you can already tell that these guys are definitely happy. Auto shot in the hands there of Revo. It does look to be dangerous. He's trying not to overpeak, not to overextend, because he understands that his team might actually have cover fire, and that is just game awareness.
I am shocked that he was able to get that first aid off in time. What a risky heal up. But boy, it worked out in his favor. They're trading nades. Discrim taken down low on health, but then shot down by Carrillo, leaving it riding on Malloy, Milky Way, and Happy J, with Malloy cooking up a nade of his own.
Yep, Revo is going to be down to initiate that trade. The Muerte continue to get closer and closer to the side there of Alpha 7. The ridge lines out here, not making things too interesting for both teams. But man, Happy J from the Muerte looking to find that flank angle onto the side of Alpha 7.
And here we see Cena being approached by the likes of Happy J, who's just caught unawares from his side. Focused in, started seeing red, and did not have that peripheral view, and Cena capitalized. Unfortunately, not enough for a first. Happy J is definitely injured.
Definitely, he has the information. He does know what is there. He knows who is there. He knows that there's one more player that flank. He's definitely not going to work through for his team. I can just see him just falling back to space. That buggy is not stuck.
Yeah, and here we have it. Milky Way trying to do Overwatch and cover fire here. Kina driving around the cliff edges. Rio very close in the clutches here, making it rain a little bit of hellfire of his own towards the Scrim and Malloy.
And this terrain is preventing both teams from actually going all out. And that's because they know, each team knows that there is that one person that's got cover fire duty, and they're not willing to mess around with whoever that person might be. Both revives were able to come up on both teams, but still no push is going to come through as they're looking to probably share this place in this little stalemate that they find themselves in.
Yeah, and I think De Muerte has realized that here, as you can see, falling back a little bit. Well, I mean, goodness, if Carrillo was anywhere else, it would have probably been their undoing that retreat. But given their positioning, as you mentioned, they have their saving grace to bow out of dodge. What else is happening on the playing field? Not a lot else, and that's to be, fairly understandable on a map as large as Miramar. But as we said in match 1 and 2, a more passive early game always translates to a more action-packed and climactic midder in-game. It's like Doom taking some distance shots southbound at the likes of the Gladiators. Oh, pardon me, Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, they're that team that's not been doing too well on the eliminations. And I know for one, if this team, Team Doom, who is very good with elims, if they get to see that team that they're going up against, I feel like they might just send it. Right, because they're like, okay, that's a team that we know they're not very high up on eliminations. We might just be able to send it onto their position. Team Doom, we've seen them be that needle in the haystack for teams that are fragging out. So maybe Virtus Pro, not the one on their radar right now.
Well, who could be feeling a little bit of the heat here is Goldie, just right up in the mix here with the opposition. Hayes, boy, Hayes makes Goldie see a lot of haze and then a fading white light as he is knocked and quickly thirsted to follow. That is going to leave the remainder of Doom down to Zeus, Muscolino, and Kraken.
It's a question of, does Virtus Pro actually want to continue with this fight? Given that zone has shifted now, I know there is one team that might just favor that zone rather than going for those eliminations. And I feel like that is a shift that many of these teams are still not really accustomed to. Before with that former point system, we would always want to, capitalize and favor the zone before we start to look at those elims. But right now, it has to be the elims first. And like I said, Virtus Pro not going for that elims. You see them already getting into the vehicles, going for that rotation, even despite having the first.
And we see Dagestan Zadira taking the opposition out, but revenge served on a platter, cold and fast. He is taken down in retaliation, leaving Keith and MVP as the last real. Keep and Shiku as the last real hope here for the team. And Keep is taking so much damage, reduced down to about 50% of his overall health. Gonna have to hop out and face the looming threat of Sly.
Well, it's not just Sly. Dagestan now, they just seem to always find themselves in those dirty positions because right now they're in between the likes there of Sly, and then there's also Team Kasik out there in the vicinity. So that's a whole lot of trouble that they look to be, looming around. And man, the fact that the instance that Dira got uprooted from that vehicle, his teammates is like, well, that's all you, not me. He's driving away. He's like, that's all you, my guy.
Well, yeah, Keep definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure here. All the while, GQ going off in the distance. They have 0 kills to their name so far, but that could be their first one. Only time will tell as Casey faces off, cooking up a little bit of a smoke to enshroud himself in what cover he can against the looming threat.
How is this cavalry burning for because easy?
Wow. Yes.
No way.
And now they're finding themselves driving time bombs here, essentially. Tofi's 1 or 2 bullets away from death, still managing to get to a position of cover at full health with that 4x M4 aimed outward. But no time to waste. We got Alpha 7 going off in the distance. Let's catch a brief eye on the boys, see what they're up to here. They've got 1 kill to their name.
Does that, and that situation is what we like to call a +1 -1. Hey, it's coming here to save you, but oops, it doesn't work. It was just bound to happen. You cannot fight the inevitable.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is Pedrino way outside of zone, away from the team. They're doing somewhat of a 3-1 split, but realistically, you could boil it down to maybe even argue a 2-1-1 split. But boy, with Pedrino so far out, I'm not sure if he's AFK or if they really are going to try a different strategy, such as the heal tactic. We see that more on a map like Sanhok than the wide open desert. But hey, there's always those circumstances. Konina Power. Oof.
Maybe someone called him.
Well, Konina Power in a bit of a tough start, reduced down to half of their starting team. Absolutely going to need to dial things back to a more, I don't want to say passive standpoint, but let's say reserve, to let these numbers dwindle down and try to acquire some placement points in their favor. Granted, they're not as heavily weighted as before, but they mean quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, with Konina Power, if I'm seeing the likes of Obaldu still alive, I think I think they still have something going on. They might not be the most passive team from here on out, but yeah, a little bit reserved is definitely the forced gameplay that they have to go for from here on out. But anyway, that project took people away to the circle from that southern edge. They do have the side there of the Mad Bulls close to them. Might be playing a little bit of potential gatekeeping, but it looks like that project wants to take the fight head on.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting one to see how DP Ivaneska is going to handle the threat of Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls actually looking like they're weighing their options and say, hey, you know, we could take this fight on, but we want to ensure some placement. We've already got so much going in our favor, and we don't want to let any slack in the rope. We don't want to give any easy opportunities to the rest of the playing field. So they're going to go bow out of dodge and wait for the fights to present themselves to them.
It does look like one of the fights that will be presenting themselves to the side of that project with the players there from Team GQ. But they get into the vehicle and they might just be heading out of there, trying to prevent themselves getting into that fight because they are left as a duo. Many teams actually are not even up as a full squad anymore. But I mean, we still have Virtus Pro, the side of Sly Machines, and Major Pride still up as a full squad.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting to note, but it looks like Pedrino of Alpha 7 was actually, in fact, an AFK as he is eliminated outside of the zone, all the while the Mad Bulls taking out Tofis of GQ. Virtus Pro's single is actually potentially the first one that we have found today. ARR, oh, pardon me, I guess this is Sly Machine with Attacker from ARR filling in, firing outward bound at the Mad Bulls' Zeri Shed.
Gathering that information, you can just tell that both players very confident in their abilities. And you know, when you hear a player shooting an AR at you, especially in Miramar, you're kind of a little bit confident, like, oh, you wanna battle for recoil, let's go at it. But if the first time Zerich picked and all he heard was a boom, he's definitely not picking that anymore, no longer. He's just gonna take it in the distance.
Now we got Virtus Pro in the clutches here with members of Game Lord. Lots of fights happening here on the board. It's a love triangle between Virtus Pro, De Muerte, and Game Lord. Let's catch eyes on Happy J catching these off angle here as Malloy aggressively pushes up with the
Well, it does look like De Muerte looking to pop into this fight with all sorts of agile and the pre-fires coming in, not going to be enough for Game Lord. Akashi will get taken out, and one way or the other, the Game Lords are out of the lobby, down to the final 10 with De Muerte on the top of the hill, looking to play gatekeeper onto the side there of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Milky Way with a nice little high ground overwatch position here, and he is going to try his best to utilize it. Milky Way getting just to the hilltop, potentially to a position of cover, where one nade, however, could separate him from life and death.
Those nades being changed in their directions, and nah, the players here from De Muerte, they have to play this one carefully. Virtus Pro, they're coming in with so much passion as they're getting the knocks. The off angles are playing off nicely for them as they continue up on the push. Two players down for the side of De Muerte, and the full send is here. We already have Purple in this. One knockdown. Happy J for one with that two as he's able to continue, but down. Hold down the crotch. He has to continue. UMP is in the hand, spam crouch is there, and there, De Muerte would win that engagement with 7 eliminations to their name.
De Muerte living up to their name and dealing out the death. And yes, it didn't come without a price. I mean, it absolutely came with a price, pardon me, of losing to Scrim. But you know what? I think, you know, losing one member with 7 kills under your name, that's a fair trade, a good trade off in their favor. So De Muerte still going to carry on as a 3-piece with a bunch of kills to their name, all the while Alpha 7
that was actually a very bold push coming through from the side there of Virtus Pro, and it almost worked. I have to commend them for that one. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the players there from the Muerte, they were good with their ones, and it deserves all the accolades because, man, a three-piece out there, that definitely worked.
Well, I am going to catch eyes on, let's say, Konina Power here. It looks like Konina Power still a two-piece of Fache and Oboe, but all the while, we got some action going off here in the distance. It's going to be Major Pride facing off as we speak. It looks like they're going to get recalibrate and get closer and closer to the looming threat of Sly Machine, actually.
It does look like Sly Machine. I've heard that fight, but all the while, on that southern edge, we do have the side there of Mad Bull still taking some shots at the side there of Alpha 7 without pushing or coming in quite yet. But still, Major Pride now, they have the Muerte coming closer and closer to them on that northeastern edge, and we can already see Major Pride aware of that one, letting the grenades go. Big preparation for them. Yeah, with Major Pride having that slight number advantage in their favor, you can see they're about equal in kill count with De Muerte. They're both being fairly aggressive and hands-on in this stage of the game here. So I'm curious, this is going to be a pretty intense standoff here. And it's a fight that has to happen very quickly. Both teams have got only 50 seconds to settle whatever they've got going on here, as Papa Blue is going to start to move and close up on their position. Grenades already being chunked out those positions there of the Muerte, but it looks like Milky Way is not going to win. That patient just full send it into the compound, loses the back tire, goes for the spin, but he's going to be all right, at least for the time being. Oh, all the while, Milky Way coming in. Monkey is taken down at the hands of Happy J. Oh, and so is Malloy in retaliation. I think it might have been a third party. Yes, and Happy J is down, leaving everything riding on Milky Way. And can he survive this? He's got himself that DBS double-barrel shotgun to face on the looming inevitable push from the opposition. And that is the best gun to have in that situation, in my opinion. But can it be enough? Because he is outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. DBS, definitely the perfect one for having this kind of situation. Question is, can he use it? Is it going to work out well for him? Those are the questions that we've got in mind. Major Pride, though, they know they cannot waste too much time. They might just be capitalizing on getting into that circle, but there's so many teams that are looking to play third party, looking to play gatekeepers onto their position, but they're sending it regardless. Looking to head on straight onto the sides there of the yeah, and Major Pride just in full form here. Still a full 4-piece, 8 kills to their name. Almost evenly distributed. We see Poino going, getting a nice little angle on Konina Power here. Konina Power's teammate, Pache, actually catching a surprise angle of his own onto Major Pride and quickly utilizing it, cooking up a nade to put some pressure onto Spectre. Will it hit? Was a good one. Didn't quite get damage done, but that man Fache just trying to see if he can get as many eliminations as possible. Already up to 3 for his team, but man, Mad Bulls are still alive and they're looking to probably get yet another winner chicken dinner. Major Pride not really focusing on that solo that they've got around him, because Fache, believe it or not, he's got other teams as his teammates right now laying cover fire that he didn't even ask for him. Well, Fache, as we caster cursed him, is taken down to about 1/3 of his overall health, and Hellfire raining just inches away from him, somehow escaping the clutches of that Molly, trying his best to go full boost before the inevitable push for Major Pride. Yep, and there comes the push. Fache is good for one, gets one player down. You know, you see the push coming in from Spectre on the right and Monkey on the left. Grenades and Molotovs being chunked out by Fache as he looks to hold on in this situation. But unfortunately, the Mad Bulls are not going to watch him go on a rampage as they take him out. 8 eliminations to their name, and they continue to increase. They continue to go out on the lobby. Here we have it. Mad Bulls Talik, a nice little overwatch over the likes of Major Pride, and this is going to be a tough position for them because they are relying on Monkey and Monkey alone to get these revives while simultaneously overwatching if possible. He does get Nomi. Nomi's got to heal up, but Monkey needs to overwatch here if they want a shot at it. They might get a little blessing there, and the Sly Machine took some of the distraction, and now they're the final 2 teams. Beautiful coming through from the side of Mad Bulls, taking 2 fights against 2 teams at the same time. They're able to take out the Sly Machines, and now they face all crosshair to the side there of the Major Pride. They do not have the zone Major Pride, and all of them will bleed out to that zone, and Mad Bulls on a rampage, back to back, winner chicken dinner. We called them out. Oh, they can you do it on Miramar? And they said, crown, hold the red flag, and we are going to be great. They said, that is exactly what they did. Bro, hold my beer because I got this. And boy, oh boy, did they ever.
Crowns, please do remind me to unmute the emulator after we leave this scene, but it's got that firing glitch for me, so I had to mute it.
Ah,
So we got Mad Bull securing first place with 11 kills. Second place belonging to Major Pride with 8. Third place going to Sly Machine with 5, 3 of which go to Reflect. We got Konina Power securing fourth with 3. Alpha 7 in fifth with 1 kill from Revo. We got De Muerte, and they're going to be taking sixth place with 7 kills, almost evenly distributed. Dagestan securing seventh with 3. Let's see here. Eighth place is going to go to the likes of Sly Machine. Unfortunately for them, 0 kills to speak of. Virtus Pro grabbing ninth this time around with 5 kills. 10th place is going to belong to the Doom Squad. Unfortunately, another onion here on the board. 0 kills for them. We got the Game Lords in 11th with 2 kills, both of which go to Robs. DP securing 12th with 2. GQ in 13th with 2 kills, both of which are from Evo Station. Team Kasik in 14th with 3. Nexus in last place with 0.
man, Nexus Gaming, I don't know what is going on, but this is not the best of performances that you need. But man, at this point, this is where we start to bring out the calculators because we're like, the Muerte just had a good game or a relatively good game, so which means they're probably jumping up the top of that leaderboard, getting closer and closer to that 8-point mark. You know, Virtus Pro had a good game, so they're probably heading up into there. I mean, Major Pride had a good game, so they're also further going up. But on the meanwhile, Konina Power, you know, Team GQ, Alpha 7, they didn't get the best of games heading into this Miramar game. So we know like there's a little bit of space that is opening up in that top 9. Remember, top 9 goes to the next stage.
That's right, brother. And boy, you know, if there has ever been a talking point for today, it's got to be the Mad Bulls. I mean, someone has waved that little bullfighter red flag in front of them and just really angered them. So they got up extra early today, drank some extra coffee, and ate an extra bowl of Wheaties because, boy, oh boy, did they come ready to play today.
And I'm just thankful they get to sit out the next game because, bro, this is getting too much,
Yeah.
right? I mean, these men are just out here rampaging on the whole lobby, and trust me, I love to see it.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm kosher, and you didn't have to go that ham. Honestly, that was a extremely unnecessary huge victory for them. If there was ever a team who did not need any extra slack in the rope, it was the Mad Bulls after match 2. But coming into match 3, they came in riding a confidence and momentum factor like none other. But my
And
main man's crowns. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, like, they're just proving that they want to be the outliers, and they're continuing on that.
Yeah, and honestly, everyone's got to keep their eye on the prize because this is a marathon, not a sprint. And we've got more PUBG Mobile intense action, strategy, and mayhem coming your way as we return in just a few short moments for match 4. Stick around, we'll be back soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round 4 of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist. And we are kicking off, you guessed it, another Erangel match crowns. We have been seeing a level of gameplay that has been getting more and more intense as this day progresses, and I'm expecting nothing less. As we return back to the first map ever of Erangel, this is going to be their second pass-through for the days. They've already had their warm-up round on this map, and here's where it's going to get real messy.
Yep. And I'm still going to throw the question out to everybody in the lobby. I'm like, the question I'm throwing out to the lobby is, are you guys really going to let Mad Bulls do this? Come on, man. I need a comeback from any of these teams. I mean, Mad Bulls will be sitting this game out alongside Dagestan 77, Alpha 7, and Dark Project. I'm not gonna lie. The remaining 3 teams in that lobby, I really think they needed this sit out because they need to figure some things out before they head back into that final game of the day. Mad Bulls, they're good. But Dagestan 77, Alpha 7, and Dark Projects, they've not really been doing so well today.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know if any of these teams are from Spain, but we need some bullfighters in the mix. But here, as we go ahead and kick into the mix, let's see what kind of map we're working with for round 4.
Gladiators and the Unicorns are back in action, and let's see how well they're going to play this one. I'm pretty sure the Gladiators right now, if they're aware that there's no Alpha 7 in sight, they might just be going for their default drop location out there in North Jojopo. So I look forward to seeing them go for their comfortable drop spot. We saw them try that yesterday, but unfortunately they were there with Alpha 7, who absolutely took them back into the lobby. So I'm pretty sure they don't want to do that today.
Yeah, we might be getting quite a few positions of early contestation as well this go around. Let me kick that music. Hey, DJ, cut the beat. Because Konina Power and Excuse Me potentially going to square off here in the South Georgia Pole region. I'm going to tune into that to start with. Just to catch a brief eye as Yang is right up in the mix. But let's just take note, ladies and gentlemen, there's other stuff here on the playing field, as we've also got Shockwave here in the mix with the opposition in, is that
Unicorns?
Yeah, the Unicorns of Love, as well
again
as a potential altercation here on the eastern portion of zone. And that's going to be between the likes of muerte and the opposition in Nexus. There's so many points of contestation here. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. Let's get in.
Do you want to pull up the map real quick? The zone. Oh, it's a disaster.
Oh my God, I love this. This is absolutely got the opponent or the participants just cringing in their seats here. They are furious, and us, the spectator, we could not be more excited as they are left with fewer and fewer options to choose from, with over almost half of the zone taken up by water. It's going to further limit their options and probably leave us with some more early game confrontation.
Yep, and this is where the team start to bring out that book with a strategy like, okay, what does it say about military island zones? Oh, okay, load up quick and start your rotations, because that is what these teams really need to do. And then for teams like Excuse Me, who are currently in a skirmish with Konina Power, and the likes of Shockwave, who are also out there with Unicorns of Love, they do not need to spend any much time out here, else they're going to get caught up in the blue, or they're going to get caught up on the breach camp if case ones happen.
Oh, yep, and Shockwave is going to be going at it here in the distance. I want to catch a brief eye, see what's going on in the mix as Snow acquires his first kill and the team's first as well, and they're square off against the Unicorns of Love. Oh, Zero gets naded.
We've not really seen Snowick show us exactly what he's capable of doing today, but it does look like they do not want to lose Severity for the second time in 2 days to the Unicorns, as we can see them already getting in closer and closer, already up in an advantage at the side there of the Unicorns are down to just 2 more players.
We are down to just 2 more Unicorns left. You know, they're hard to spot one in general, but now you only have 2. At this point, they don't have much of an escape route. And, ooh, Suave taken out from the side. He started focusing in a little too much, leaving everything riding. 8 job.
Well, fires coming in through the Shockwave, as this time they're not going to be shocked. They're going to be the ones applying the shock onto the side of Unicorns of Love as they exert their dominance in Severity.
That's right, brother. The dad jokes are in full effect as DK has taught us both well. Those waves have come crashing down. All right, well, here we have it. Fache of Konina Power getting closer and closer to proximity to his opponents in Excuse Me. We got Songori cooking up a nade of his own here. as Yang approaches the side. Sengori messes up the nade, unfortunately, bouncing off that wall and throwing it off its marker. And unfortunately, that was his only utility in his inventory, so he's going to have to engage in a confrontation. But if you gotta, a DBS is the one to do it with that one-shot takeout.
That's exactly what you needed to do. And man, Songori, I'm actually surprised you didn't even have a little bit of a PTSD following what happened in that first Erangel game at that same spot with Black. But it does look like the side of Konina Power, they listened to me early on in the game. They're like, Crowns have said it, we cannot waste any more time out here in South Georgia Pole if it is looking like a military island zone. And they're done with that fight, and they should commence their rotation as quickly as possible.
I could not agree more, Crowns, and it looks like only 2 teams have really fully utilized this tactic so far, and that's going to be the likes of Sly Machine and DP as they potentially prepare for an altercation against one another outside of the Novo region. Actually, potentially in the Novo compound region.
Yeah, but this is the beauty of PUBG Mobile and the beauty of the military island zone, because fine, they've gotten there early enough, but what if the zone goes north? What if the zone goes to the west? This is where the military island goes.
Speaking of tricky, we got tricks here. Saying Silly Rabbit tricks ain't just for kids. Konina Powers, Obelboy team shot real low with that 6XM4, but not quite enough for the thirst. And Tricks is gonna fall back behind the hilltop, and it's gonna be a push by his teammates here. Here we go.
How did he not go down though? But anyway, I guess that's not the question. ARR Esport committing to that fight, and they will get that single solo out of the game. I don't know, man.
You can't fight gravity, buddy. He might not have come down at the beginning, but boy, oh boy, with that kind of looming threat approaching you, it was only a matter of time. Outnumbered, outmanned.
Exactly. Just right. Put it right on the top. Man, I'm seeing a little bit of hesitance coming from these teams, but I kind of still enjoy it. The likes of Team Nexus out there on that east, they know like they're close to potential boats around the shorelines, which is why they're still staying comfortable in Utah. You know, the likes of Team Kasik already heading closer and closer to the shorelines. You know, we already see Virtus Pro holding up parts out there in Primorsk and the Ferry Pair, because these are potential places where you could find a boat in case a botation is necessary. So I'm enjoying seeing that from them, but still I would expect to see a couple of teams start to head close to that bridge.
Yeah, and with Konina Power already being reduced to a 3-piece, they're already a little bit more vulnerable than they would have been previously. So I'm a little concerned about this separation between single and purple. But on top of that, their third teammate, Pache, way up north on the underskirts of Hospital, potentially facing a looming threat of ARR, who actually looks like they're going to bow out and work their way into this next zone.
Everyone's already commencing, though, on that early engagement. It does look like there'll be a couple of rotational clusters coming through close to that, I don't know what to call this area of the map, but anyway, it is Major Pride and Kasik that are going at it. I'm trying to center something around that tower, you know, towards where Sly Machines is. You know, that new tower sometimes is actually an advantage. They have the
I was just gonna ask if they had the event mode grapple hook or something. That would be, that would make the situation a whole nother level of complex. But no time to waste. Team Kasik in a 2-2 split in fairly close proximity to members of Major Pride, and it looks like it's actually going to be the likes of Kasik and one of his team here being pushed on by Major Pride. It's going to be a contest for who can make it to the bridge first.
Nope. He's definitely not going to be making it to the bridge with that bike. Hence the reason why they're going for the open top URs. Maybe not the safest of vehicles, but they'll make it work one way or the other. But yeah, we already have our potential bridge campers heading close to the bridge, setting camp, getting ready for anyone who's coming. And man, that new bridge structure makes things easier for those who are trying to breach camp and harder for those who are on the defense, or sorry, on the offense, actually.
I just thought about a little interesting point here. Team Kasik has a member named Kasik. Is this team named after him? And if so, why is there not a tier 1 team named Red Eyes or Crowns? What if I started a tier 1 team called Team Red Eyes, but I didn't make it?
Well, I mean, you've seen things like that happen. I actually see it a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Christian
have to just get, you know, yeah, exactly. You see Span Club, exactly, you know, and they're like, wait, it's just the fans. And that was even the same thing for Enigma Fan Club back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the same org too, really, essentially. Well, now this title already see that Team 4 living up to the reason the team might be named after and putting out some serious damage there. His only remaining teammate, Inga, is taking a lot of hits there. He's got himself a new 7.62 gun, the honey gun. One of his teammates, the Unicorn, is down and reduced to just a miss that a Unicorn is. And now Inga and Kasik both reduced to half health. Here we go. Last hope.
Kasik deciding to go for that heal at the wrong time. Allowing him to get taken out there, but then a potential 1v4, and he will eventually get felled by the side there of Team Major Pride?
Yeah.
Yes, of Major Pride. Imagine getting into an engagement and the first zone has not even closed up.
And you know, giving credit to Major Pride's Dino carrying 80% of the team's kills, 4 kills of the team's 5. Very impressive performance. No time to waste. This Game Lord prepares for an altercation here against the likes of Muerte.
Man, we did see that one coming through from the instance they were landing. It took them long enough to get into this skirmish, but it's going to be a rotational cluster to make the players there from Game Lord lose too.
All right, here we go. What to tune into? It looks like I think I'm going to go back to the Game Lords as they are potentially in a little love triangle up against the likes of, I believe that's Doom. Yep, Doom and let's see here. Ooh, and De Muerte. Yes, Doom and De Muerte, but Doom being the looming threat. Gosh, the approach is buggy.
Oh, and it's not even helping matters. Team Doom are going to be falling into the hands of the Game Lord as these men are just in the buggies driving around, doing the damage, doing in the Lord's work.
Right,
I mean, Game Lord for a reason.
Yeah, that's right, Crowns. I think Akashi just turned his vehicle into a bowling ball and just ran him over for that easy thirst. All the while, Doom getting themselves certainly, probably unawares, sandwiched in between the two oppositions of Game Lord. I believe it's Shockwave. Game Lord and
this rotational cluster is funny because they're all in the blue zone and they're just driving around each other in circles. It's almost like, wait, do we want to fight this out with vehicles or, or what are we doing? Man, Team 2 will be looking for another route into the circle. Same thing can't be said about the side there of Game Lords, but they might just run into the side there of Shockwave. But man, it's looking like that southwestern military base zone shift, man. It's not fun.
Alrighty. It looks like we may have just received scores a little few moments ago here. Let me double check on it, make sure. Yes, we have, and I will get those right up on the board here in just a brief moment.
But while he does that, we're going to still keep looking at what is going on that map as we can see players there from Gaimin Gladiators find their way on that northern edge of that western bridge. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that is that military island bridge. The other one, I like to call it the Novo Bridge. But anyway, Novo Bridge, a little bit in the outskirts as we see Game Lords going up against the side there of Shockwave. Shockwave already heading on with that beautiful momentum that they have from taking out the Unicorns early on in the game, and the players there from Game Lords are going to realize that one. They do not want that fight, so those outside the show, and it's just them driving away, but Victor gets his back tire pop, goes for the legendary spin, and he's one hit away from getting knocked down. But he's not able to do it, but
well, brother,
get that man down.
That is going to be a lot of trouble here for the Game Lords, leaving it really riding on Narvalo to handle that close confrontation here.
That man driving away the buggy. And it's good to see that we've seen the buggy in all single shapes and forms today. We've seen the buggy work out well for the players, we've seen the buggy go for the tumble, and we've seen the buggy go for the spin today.
And while we do have scores, ladies and gentlemen, right now the action is just too intense here. The Sly Machine's easy being wrecked apart, leaving everything riding on Redlick here. Now, his name is Red, so I have high hopes for him. It's a good color, I think. And here we see it. Redlick, UMP, machine in hand, going after purple. And ultimately, it was the face-off of the colors. Purple putting some good shots onto Red, but then Haze to finish it off. And now, GQ up against the looming threat of Virtus Pro. No time to rest. Out of the frying pan into the fire here for Virtus Pro. But wow, we got this moment as GQ potentially retreats. Let's go over a brief look here at the scores as they currently stand. Mad Bulls with 99 points, almost doubling Nexus Gaming in second place. That is where the competition starts to get a little bit closer, as all that separates, fifth place from second is just 5 short points. Just 2 points behind Major Pride is GQ in 44, Alpha 7 in 7th with 39, etc., etc. Let's keep into the thick of the action, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Major Pride preparing to face off against the likes of the Gladiators.
But the Gladiators decided to go for that swim rather than the bridge, because sometimes when that bridge looks free, it's almost too good to be true. And you can just see the players there from Gaimin Gladiators deciding to go for that swim. Might not play out well for them, especially given the fact that we've got fishermen in the name of Major Pride just waiting for them to come out of the water. So it's definitely going to be a lot of fishing, and I'm pretty sure they've got their fishing hooks ready.
Yeah, that's right, brother. We got some sneaky Michael Phelps in the mix. And speaking of which, Casey potentially looking out towards the waterway to try to catch one of those fish. Unfortunately, not seeing him, but he does catch eyes on the likes of Major Pride. Down to below.
It's surprising to see the players here from GQ fighting at this place. I thought they would go in for the third party up against Virtus Pro, but it does look like they've had their focus somewhere else. But anyway, speaking of focus, it's going to be going up against the players there from Game knock, but he doesn't fumble, he doesn't get that just right in time. And the shotgun coming through in the hands of Team Doom is going to be enough to get the third party. It is the Muerte putting in the final shot in, getting that final elimination, and that is 2 teams cleared up on their way to the zone.
What a perfect third party by De Muerte, smelling the blood in the water just like a shark and waiting for the opportune time to strike. And the second that his opposition took out the competition, just about ready to do the dance and celebration. Boom, 1 shot out of there.
Yeah, that man was either even going to bleed out to the zone instead, but that man from De Muerte is like, nope, you dare not go down to the blue zone. But speaking of things that have gone down, it is the playable zone, as it does favor the military island.
Oh my God.
What? The shoreline's no longer in play, and now it's all military base.
Yeah, and we got stuff happening on the eastern front outside his zone, where Nexus prepares to face off against the looming threat of Shockwave. And yep, it's Machina with a quick takedown from the bridge pillars here, getting a nice quick finish, and still at about half health. Needs to go get some supplies here to heal up, ideally. All the while, Octavia of Nexus working his way past Quan.
Well, a couple of teams still out here in the blue. Team De Muerte being one of them. As we can just see, Freddy here's that vehicle coming straight into the circle, and he might just be also heading onto that bridge, and this is where it starts to get crazy. Team Nexus, they were about to leave, but it looked like Shockwave were just coming close to them, and Nexus, they do not want to allow any players from their escape, as they look to be hot on that pursuit.
Well, De Muerte in the clutches here with Shockwave. As you can see, Freddy of Shockwave actually getting a takedown to Scrim, trying to retaliate as best as possible. With no health to speak of, Freddy nades him out of the equation.
And that man is already holding his end. Like I said, he was one of the top fraggers in the North America region in the last PNPL. And we do see him holding on his own, trying to prevent the players there from De Muerte from getting into the circle. And he does seem to be doing an awful good job at it. That man dropped his face for him.
All right, let's see. What else is happening here on the playing field outside of this region? Well, teams are starting to flock towards the military base. We can see, let me get my highlighter on. Yep, we can see the likes of, move up, there we go. Yep, just as I say it, right? The guy we're spectating, Brady, is taken down from Malloy, from De Muerte off in the distance. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we got the likes of ARR preparing to cross the bridge and facing the looming threat of the Gladiators on the other end. Military base already has Sly Machine, Virtus Pro, and the likes of Major Pride occupying it, as well as DQ. We might be due for some altercations here as well, but Malloy eliminating the game.
Oh. Players there from Shockwave left with just one more player. Muerte also left with just one player, with the players there from Team Nexus keeping 2 players in that blue zone. And man, keeping players in the blue zone at stage 4 is where it starts to chunk off all your HP. Virtus Pro still holding out there, setting up the circle, and nobody quite seeming to head into the military base yet. They're just hanging around it. It kind of gets me wondering why.
Well, you know, time can be of the essence, and realistically, they've got a decent positioning here, and especially if the zone, let me use my highlighter again here, if the zone were to, let's say, orient towards the western end, then that could mean that the likes of Virtus Pro and GQ already have a closer range to get to this hilltop for Overwatch, but also some of the only compound cover remaining on this side. So there's several reasons why I could see him utilizing it, but no time to waste as ARR and the Gladiators face off. Let's go.
Trouble at the southern edge of that mid-range zone, as we can already see ARR running into the Gaimin Gladiators, and we know the Gladiators, they do not see such opportunity as they will take down the players. There goes the spin, the buggy, that man having to stop forcefully and continue on foot. But Habiz is gonna be fine for his team. The solo player for ARR. The Gladiators realize that Sly machines are in the vicinity to find out in the hard way.
Yeah, I see our main man, in to support the event. Huge shout out to DK, a phenomenal caster for the PUBG Mobile esports scene. One of the very best to do it, and an awesome mentor and instructor, both Round and myself. So huge shout out. Thank you for being here, brother. And I would love to hear his before as Slime faces off in this altercation against the opposition of ARR.
And ARR, though, they do seem to be holding up quite nicely with just that one player, but still, he has to play very quietly, try not to make too much noise because you do not want to drag so much attention to yourself as that zone. It looks so big for all of these teams, but I promise you there's not enough playable area for all of these teams to play with.
Alrighty, I'm hearing a little request for maybe turning the in-game volume down just a smidge. You got it, brother. No problem. We'll take it down about a decibel and a half here and see how that works. And if it needs some more adjusting, we'll go forward just alongside that. But right now, the pressure is really mounting here for ARR's Habiz, as he is currently sandwiched in between the likes of Sly Machine and the Gladiators and stuck outside of the zone with a gatekeep opportunity for Sly Machine. All the while, Grounds, we've got Virtus Pro just northbound of Major Pride.
I mean, I've been enjoying what I'm seeing from Virtus Pro at the moment. I'm just hoping that they're gathering as much information as I think they are, right? Because right now they have a little bit of an idea of the lay of the land. I would have expected them to go more for a split, but maybe they're deciding not to do it just yet, which is fine. I mean, they're holding a 2-2. It's okay to see, but at the end of the day, I would still expect to see them, gathering as much information as possible, because there is a slight chance that they are not even aware of the players there from Major Pride who are just out there on themselves.
Yeah, you're right. I am going to go back to Habiz of ARR just because it seems to be the closest thing to an altercation at this particular moment. He does have the looming threat of the Gladiators with a high ground advantage over him, and he finds himself outside of zone and no vehicle for his rotation. He's going to have to figure something out. And unfortunately, he does seem to have already been targeted from the high ground holders.
Well, hopefully that man is related to Barry Allen, because he's going to need to be quick on his foot. But anyway, the players there from Gaimin Gladiators, they are aware of that player that is in the blue, and you can just see Tixi waiting for that man to make his way into that circle. But on the other hand, Sly Machines finding their way to the center of the circle. It's a nice play to see from them. But Team GQ being overly quiet in this lobby, and I mentioned this about them earlier in the game, like I need them to show me that consistency in their gameplay that I'd love to see. But it looks like they may have mixed that up, because they seem to be doing well in terms of placement, but when it comes to those eliminations that they're known for, they're not quite being the best.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure here, we got the likes of Nexus approaching outward from the zone to engage against Major Pride with Octavia at the forefront of it. And he is taking it with Kimmy to do Overwatch, retaliate. Does Kimmy get Spectre? It looks like Spectre got the thirst on Octavia. Down. 4x4. And speaking of revenge being served out, Nomi says, "You will know my name when I take you out right here and now."
Yep, there's a famous saying that we say in PUBG Mobile: when you mess up your spray that much, you definitely have to get taken out, and that is exactly what has happened to Kimi. He had to play cover fire for his teammates, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to get those shots to connect. And there, Nomi is like, "Well, I know how to make those shots connect."
He says, "Kimmy,
that man back to the lobby.
Kimmy, I'm taking you out, and not to Applebee's. It's gonna be out of the game to the lobby." We got Quan, the final hope here. By the way, DK is super proud of these dad jokes. I know it. We got Quan, the final hope here for Shockwave, sandwiched in between Virtus Pro and their opposition in Major Pride here. Let's get a slight aerial view here just to see what's happening as he cooks up a nade. I think he might believe Major Pride is a little closer than they actually are, but the Gladiators against the muerte, Malloy taken down. Oh my goodness! Quite the opposite. Malloy dealing out absolute destruction as he gets the vehicle explosion and now acquires 5 kills for the team, 4 of which 80% go to Malloy alone. Talk about a heavy backpack for a solo.
Oh, and we mentioned this about the solos. They have to stay quiet. But that man knew when to, unlock that trigger lock and start to take the shots. And bro, the Gaimin Gladiators out in a blink of an eye.
I was sure as soon as I switched over to him that he was going to be the focal point. Not at all. He came with blood on the mind and just eliminated 2 birds with 1 stone. That'd be
at least now we know what not to do with the groups. But anyway, Sly Machine getting favored by that next circle. They sit in the dead center, but as much as I call it zone favor, it's not really favored because they're in the center, not too much cover around them, and they could get third party from every single angle. And here is where they need to start using those utilities well,
Yeah.
Smoke against one player or against one team and focus on another team so you can avoid getting third parties as much as possible. But I hope the Sly Machines are really aware of what they need to do. But these angles from Team GQ, it's going to work for the meantime, but they need to get those elims now. Else it's going to be trouble for them to get into the circle.
Well, no matter what, it's going to be trouble for them to get into the circle. So yeah, I agree. This position is advantageous for the brief moment. Once that zone starts to shrink, they have no options but to work their way in. So I don't know how they're going to do that if they don't have vehicles and the bundle of smokes. So yes, take out as many as you can beforehand before you have to put yourself in that kind of open, vulnerable position. Speaking about open and vulnerable, Sly Machine already occupying the central zone, but finding themselves surrounded here. Utilizing what geographical cover Koteka can, this little divot making his only saving grace.
That's what I was talking about, that position being held by the Sly Machine. It does look good position-wise, but when we start to look at how the terrain is in that area, it's not the best of places to be. Virtus Pro already getting that. Get one of their players, bleeds out in that play zone, and they go for that percent. That's what we like to see. Send it, and that's exactly what Major Pride is doing. Looks like Sly.
Oh! You just see what happened? I went to a bird's eye view, and the second they came out of camera view, they got naded out. It's just little magic trick called the nade disappearance here.
Single with a single nade.
Guys, we are down to our final 3 teams. We got Virtus Pro, DP, and Major Pride squaring off. Oh, Nomi being taken down. He knows you all right. And now it's going to leave things riding on Dino and Spectre for the likes of Major Pride up against the 3-piece of GQ and Monkey and Spectre of Major Pride.
Major Pride looking super strong already. 12 eliminations to their name, but they're losing players one after the other as that name from AZ will connect up on the Bono. Take it down. They're down to 2 now. But Virtus Pro up by 8. Very quiet on that. Here the fight's happening, and it's another grenade from Evo Station to take out the players there from Major Pride as we're down to the final 2. It is the ultimate 3v3 showdown.
I've been waiting for this dad joke to be appropriate. An Evo Station dealing out the Devo Station. Oh my goodness. And now he acquires his first kill and the 4th for the team, leaving themselves in a 3v3 scenario. A fair fight to end our 4th round. Nades raining down on Evo Station. It's all going to be riding the likes of Orca and
Well, it's a question of how well they hold up. Evo Station trying to crawl back for the revive. AZ does have a good angle. Those grenades just bouncing off a little bit too much, and it's all down to AZ. AZ has to lay cover fire for his team, but at the same time, I don't find out the situation, but shot through the smoke from Virtus Pro would be taking them out. I don't know, man. That looks like the wrong choice of guns. AZ not gonna be able to hold off against the players there from Major Pride. Oh, sorry, Virtus Pro, as they get that winner to their name.
What a match, Crowns. Virtus Pro really establishing themselves in this round here as they acquire that gold medal 1st place finish with 11 kills, and almost half of those kills go to single alone. Well, single, I'm not sure if you're living up to that name, but with kills like that, you ain't gonna be single for long in the land of PUBG
Yeah.
Mobile Esports because that is some heavy backpack work in here. Got GQ taking second place. Ain't nothing wrong with silver and 4 kills to their name as Quasi's responsible for 75% of those. You mind going through the rest of those scores for me real quick, Crowns?
Yes, sir. And just before I run through, I'm just going to say Virtus Pro, they did have this in check. We did see them start early on in the game from that western edge. You know, they came in through, went towards that ferry pair, got ready for a rotation. And when they needed to go for the rotation, they did it. And that eventually played out well for them. But man, move on straight. In GQ, I'm not happy about that one. But man, Major Pride in third place with 12 eliminations to their name. I cannot even start complaining. It's so wonderful. I'm not going to talk about it right now. Sly Machines out there in fourth place with 1 elim. The Muerte in fifth with 5 eliminations. The side there of Shockwave doing well with the eliminations once again, finishing with 8 elims to their name. In seventh place, we're gonna have the Gaimin Gladiators with 3 elims to their name. When we start to go further down, see the players there from ARR in 8th place with 4 elims. Nexus Gaming in 9th place with 1. Team Doom in 10th place with 2. The side there of Game Lord in 11th place with 4 elims. 12th place is going to be none other but Sly Machine Perfect, I believe, with 0 elims. Team Kasik in 13th with 0 elims. Konina Power in 14th place with 5. The side there of Excuse Me in 15th place with 0 elims. And Unicorns of Love, I think this is like the third game in a row where they're going out in 16th place. It's not fun anymore.
Yeah, the Unicorns definitely having a little bit of trouble finding their momentum today. But we have really no time to waste or even really get into much analysis here this time, Crowns, because we're going to hop in to our 5th and final match as we conclude things exactly where we started today. I am, of course, talking about the wide open, arid desert of Miramar as we return in just a few short moments for our 5th and our final round of the Lidoma PUBG Mobile Invitational Twist Day 2. Stick around. We'll be back soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our 5th and our final round of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile Invitational Twist, Day 2, and we are ending the day, as you guessed it, a Miramar. And let me just say, Crowns, what an intense day of action, mayhem, and strategy we have been dealt today, and I could not be more excited for our 3rd and final desert match today.
Yep, we're going back into the sandy dunes of Miramar. And I just have to say, if you think you've seen action in the Lidoma Invitational Twist, remember, it's a twist. This is just one part of the twist. The Middle East and African teams, they've also got stuff off their sleeves, and we'll be seeing them go at it, But right now, this is the 5th match that determines who that final 9 teams that will be representing this region would be.
That's right, brother. And another thing that you can expect to see in general across the esports scene is as an event draws past its halfway point and starts to reach the latter half of the event, some teams that may have not been faring so well might just end up playing on the all-out aggressive and just say, hey, what do we got to lose? But no time to waste. We're getting into it. Our final Miramar match. And look, it's the same flight path for a 3rd time in a row. And why is this flight path so great? It's because this route here from Campo Militar down to Los Higos, which divides 2 strings of compounds and cities, and this is dividing that route directly in half. All those spots are directly achievable from this flight path, so our participants have quite a lot of options to start off.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Someone got paid. That's it.
Someone paid the flight path.
Yep. Someone paid the gods of PUBG Mobile, because this is just beautiful. But man, we're not even landing an Alpha 7. Welcoming the players there from ARR. Man, even Alpha 7 is not done landing, and they're already taking players out.
Yeah, well, if you expect it from anybody, Alpha 7, you expect a lot of also firing away window to window. UMP 45, you see Annihilator. Finish on Chris is killed. Here he comes in. Oh, it's Revo with the Look at
what
Alpha.
Is this? I think this is the that we've been waiting to see from Alpha 7 for quite a while, right? Or at least I've been waiting for this since yesterday. And seeing them pull this one out, it just goes to show that they do not joke with their landing location.
Yeah, absolutely. And Habibs, talk about a lot of weight being put on your shoulders. Habibs reduced from a full team down to a solo in just a few brief moments, and now swimming in a puddle of Alpha 7 members as Mafioso throws a molly or a nade, utility inbound at Habibs, and forces him out to his own demise.
Man, Alpha 7, they cleaned that up so quickly. It's almost like you could tell.
Yeah.
When you land in your landing location for quite a while, that you're like, oh, no one's here, it's getting boring. The one time someone lands on you, you're like, oh, yes, pray.
All the while, Major Pride and Shockwave at each other's throats here. Shockwave already feeling a little bit of a sting after that altercation, losing Snowix in the process, leaving them relying on fires away. 4x M4. Not quite hitting the mark.
It's interesting to see the players there from Shockwave back in Hacienda del Patron. Once again, they've lost Snowix, which is sad to see. But I'm pretty sure Snowix is going to hear back from me because, I love to troll. But anyways, in case out here with excuse me.
Well, they shot that unicorn down right from the sky, leaving it riding on Striker and Kasik. Now, Kasik, as this team, is named after him, I'm holding him to a high expectation here.
We saw him overfire in the last game. The BBS for 1, but not for 2.
Yeah.
As he would eventually get failed by that pump action coming through from the side there of is that Major? No, excuse me. But anyway, the fight doesn't stop. It's still gonna be down to a 2v. Is that a 2v2 or a 2v1?
It looks to be a 2v2. Filled up in the nick of time, but you gotta say, excuse me, zigging and zagging just right to avoid that DBS shot, which would have definitely eliminated the equation.
One of those very short 1v1 situation, but unfortunately that unicorn is good with the pump action, and he's gonna send them back into the lobby. A small price to pay for salvation is gonna be the 2 players that they lost, but they win the fight eventually.
Well, what a transition as we go from one myth to another. A unicorn to an AFK Kraken swimming in a pool of Mad Bulls members. His moments are numbered. He is done for. We're not gonna need to stick around for that. we know what's going to happen to an AFK. All the while, Nexus and their opposition here in VP facing
I feel like you called the attention to the players there from that project. In the first Miramar game, we saw that project completely isolated on that eastern edge. But this time, you called them out and now... Wow, Red Eyes just said they're alone. We should go visit.
We got Shay OK here. Oh, sorry about that, guys. We got Shay OK here, approaching with a Scarl Tommy gun combo in hand with multiple Nexus members utilizing a 2-1 split around him. And it's Emea who's the outlier, getting that second angle, firing away, applying the pressure, and reducing him down to below half health, and down he goes.
Man, with the M249 from that range, nah, that's sick stuff, man. Very sick stuff.
Yeah.
Side there of that project, in the blink of an eye, lost 3 players. They left to just 1. Ivaneska once again. We've seen that man be the sole survivor for that team all day long. And right now, I'm pretty sure at this point it's just like, oh, come on, guys, just get it. So easy.
Ooh, talk about an element of surprise, though. Ivaneska being a little sneaky mountain lion, coming up, catching the opposition unawares. And I believe that was Octavia. All right, I believe I could double check. Yes, Octavian. And now Emea and single. Or pardon me. Pardon me. Go through. Let's go. What just happened? What just happened?
Bullets in the clip. That is all you need. Ivaneska on fire. Now. He's
Brother,
1v1.
Brother
These
Crowns.
might just be a 4-piece.
Brother Crowns, it wasn't even a UMP. It was the Tommy gun and just annihilating them. Talk about reacting in the moment. No time to really second guess yourself. Just stick to what you know best and relying on muscle memory alone and just annihilating in a handicap match where you are outnumbered.
He jumped down in the perfect time. Like, one of the players had a grenade in hand, which is why he jumped, and then he got one player down, and he went for the second. Man, if I were to be Ivaneska, I'm heading out of there. 3 elims, I'm fine. I don't need to get a full squad wipe.
Well, the Mad Bulls missed an open opportunity as there was a mythical creature just lying beachbound. That Kraken has washed ashore and is AFK, but the Mad Bulls did not catch sight for that easy kill. But let's take a look at this new zone. Pretty advantageous all around. No water, but lots of high ground and elevation levels here. As you can see, we've got members of Major Pride, pardon that location. We got members of Major Pride holding this little bit of elevation over the likes of Shockwave.
Well, Shockwave, we've seen them land out there in Hacienda. And we know when you're landing in Hacienda, you'd inevitably run into the players there from San Martin, which is Major Pride. So it's a question of are these two teams good with each other? Have they signed the treaty that okay, if we come across you, we may or may not take shots depending on how careless you are. That's one thing we look forward to seeing.
Are we best friends or not?
No in between.
Exactly. All right. Well, we are starting to see some congestion towards the central portion of this zone. As to be expected, though, with a map like Miramar being so large, we still have a little bit of space aside from what looms at the southern portion of the map just below zone between the AFK member of Doom, Kraken, and his opposition in Mad Bulls. And I don't think they've caught view of him yet, so nothing yet on the board. But boy, as we've said throughout the day, a more action-packed early game just means a more passive early game just means a more action-packed and climactic mid or end game.
Oh, you mentioned something that caught my ears. It rhymed with ooh. Back in the lobby, and if they get this chicken dinner, I'm gonna lose it. But anyway, Kapahala about to lose his life. That reload out in the open against the Sly machines who are not having it. Nexus will get sent back into the lobby, and I don't know if that is gonna affect them, but I think they're pretty much good to go into the finals. To Nexus, I'm proud to have them, represent the EU region in the finals, and we hope they can actually, do well to lift that flag.
I've been holding on to another dad joke that I think DK would approve of. Kapahala just sent to Valhalla as he is taken out of the equation, and now we've got Major Pride literally sandwiched in between the likes of Shockwave and the Gladiators. Now, what's going to happen here? Dino, the heavy hitter for his team for last round, breaking away, becoming an outlier situation in this 3-1 split, and trying to catch a separate angle, maybe even loot up for a minute, but potentially a separate angle on the likes of Shockwave's Brady.
Yeah, I think that gives him a little bit of an advantage, right? So he's not all caught up in San Martin with his team, right? If anything happens out there in San Martin and his team needs to escape, they've got that one player who's on cover fire who can actually cover them and prevent anything from going south. So yeah, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out there from Major Pride. It's a good start coming from Dino, and I hope, well, now he's going back to his team.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brief moment. Let's go over the overall scores as they currently sit, with Mad Bulls literally 36 points ahead of Major Pride, holding 4 victories and 99 points, one shy of the triple digit. We got Major Pride in second with 63, 5 points ahead of Virtus Pro, who holds third. GQ in fourth with 54, 2 points ahead of Nexus, holding fifth. Tied with Konina Power at 52. Only 4 points behind is Dagestan with 48. And then Alpha 7 coming in 8th overall with 39. Muerte and Gladiators tied at 36 at 9th and 10th, 1 point ahead of Shockwave, who's only 1 point ahead of, excuse me, it's an intense, thick competition here. We got
it is very, very intense and it is thick. There is only a couple of points separating all of these teams. 9th place is the threshold. You want to be in 9th, but 35 is the points to beat. Maybe 40, but anyway, many of these teams really have to battle for this. And man, it's not looking nice, bro.
Yeah, well,
nice.
Nino of Major Pride, his teammate Nomi has been absolutely known and found out and knocked. And that's going to leave it riding on Dino, Spectre, and Monkey to carry on the team name if they're not able to acquire that revive, which would explain this rotation here, as Nomi is thirsted to follow suit.
Man, I think for all the game, I'm going to keep my eye out on Alpha 7, the Winter, Gaimin Gladiators, Shockwave, and Excuse Me, because these are the teams that are dancing around that 9th position. I mean, the Gaimin Gladiators are in 10th. They're literally on the same point with the Muerte. So it means if they have a bad game, that's a GG's.
Yeah.
Same thing goes to Alpha 7, same thing goes to the Muerte, Shockwave, Excuse Me. And I'm pretty sure if they've seen this, they're pretty much watching that Q feed. They're watching that Q feed like, oh, the instance I see Gaimin Gladiators out, I know that's a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, you know, even though there is an outlier of the Mad Bulls, there are a lot of paid positions here, a lot of ranks that are going to pay out pretty handsomely for the participants. So it's not necessarily that you're out of the equation for not getting first place. There's still plenty of money on the table.
Man, the only way you can fight for that money on the table is if you make it into the finals. So make that top 8. But anyway, we're gonna leave that top 8 talk for a while as we have the Sly machine. Perfect. The question is, who's gonna end up winning? I do not know. I don't even know how I'm gonna tell them apart, but I know that this fight is about to go down.
Well, we got Redlick throwing some utilities outbound with Mandarin, definitely hurting him, taking him down to just above half health. But Mandarin creeping around side to try to add to this pressure on their opposition of Sly Machine and potentially simultaneously stick a revive on his own fallen teammate, which is going to leave a lot of pressure here to provide the overwatch and cover fire, all the while Alpha 7 working with this.
Alpha 7, they need to rack up those elimination points, and I'm pretty sure they're aware of that. Sly Machine, on the other hand, they have to go against their brothers. For this game knows no brothers.
That's right. There is no love lost in war here, and here we see it. Revo is knocked, but looks to be revived here, and Alpha 7 will carry on as a full 4-piece. Back in the mix of it, as Sly Machine prepares to face off in this inevitable threat against the opposition here in, pardon me, gracious. Everyone's moving.
Yeah,
Sly
I
Machine.
understand your confusion.
Yeah, what is? Oh, that is a little bit confusing. As clanmates potentially prepare for an altercation, a little. That is your brother, and what's going to happen with that? There's definitely going to be some bragging rights moving forward. Well, no time to waste. Attacker of ARR. Attacker of Sly Machine, filling in from ARR. You can see the confusion. And here he is, up in the mix. We got Sly on Sly.
Sly brothers is stronger. Yeah, we got the Sly on Sly. It's the Sly square.
Yeah, man.
But anyway, it does look like one of the Slys. Wait, we need to tell them apart. I think Team 15 Sly is Sly Europe, and then the other Sly is Sly Machine.
a part of me wishes that all chat was on just to hear, like, hey, you guys there?
Yeah. Is that you?
You look familiar. Well,
I recognize that outfit. But anyway, other than Sly Brothers, we do see a couple of these teams getting up close and personal, close to that center of the circle. We just see the side there from Gaimin Gladiators holding their infamous split out there on that western edge, as the Sly Brothers looking to just play with each other out here in Mena Generalis. That zone still looking quite nice up on that north.
Well, this is going to put so much pressure on this group of Sly Machine members, because they're surrounded in this 3-1 split, and actually it's a 2-1-1 split. And as I was talking about, this term that I just call it the BOA method, because I'm not sure what the official terminology is, but I call it the BOA method because it allows the team to formulate and surround their opponent from multiple sides and strips at the same time, all at once, to just keep that pressure mounting on their opponent. We got Steezy here, just holding position, utilizing what compound cover he can.
Yeah, I think we'll call it a box. The box method.
The box method. All right, well, Alpha 7, 6 kills to their name. 3 kills between Mafioso, or pardon me, 6 kills between Mafioso, Carrillo, and Revo, 2-2-2. Everybody's eaten except for Cena so far. Still plenty of time left to go.
And it's interesting to see, like, they actually did bring in I believe who was it? I think it was Revo or maybe Senna back into the mix. You know, we've seen them play all day today with Pedrinho, who's not really been putting up the numbers on the board. He was an excellent player yesterday, but today doesn't seem to be having quite the time of his life, right? So it's interesting to see that when push came to shove, Alpha 7 able to recognize who they might need to sub out, at least for this game, heading forwards, given the critical position that they're currently seated on that leaderboard.
Yeah, you know, and if you are, you know, stuck here in a Miramar match, you only have 2 maps to choose from. You know who the biggest threats are on the board. You know, I'm not sure if Mad Bulls is in this match or not. Yes, they are, and that is trouble for the rest of the entire play, because they have dominated Miramar today, and it looks to be nothing but the same, potentially continuing moving forward. Face off in the distance. Currently 0 kills to their name. Alpha 7 dominating just beautifully with those extra knocks to add.
They're ripping apart away, and the next one in line is Gaimin Gladiators. They've been enemies from time, and anyone who takes out anyone here advances to the next stage. They cannot play around. Gaimin Gladiators looking to have the advantage here, as 2 players from Alpha 7 would fall, as we see Alpha 7 looking to jump down the hill, looking for that advantage.
Yeah.
2v2.
Someone put that Mafia hit on Mafioso, and he was taken out of the equation. Let's just say, you know, we gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Go back to lobby. And now it's down to the 2-piece of Suni and Hugh. Whether or not they're going to be able to revive the out-of-zone fallen teammate, Matic, yet to be seen. I'd be pretty surprised if they were.
Matic, I'm pretty sure Matic right now is most likely not crying for a revive. They know right now that it's Alpha 7, and I'm pretty sure they want to battle this till the end. To finish this one, as Alpha 7 would lose Senna to third party, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
this
listen,
is not nice.
If there's ever a solo to be intimidated by, let that eyebrow cut, you know, speak for itself. Carrillo, who always mean mugs the camera, honestly looks like one of the most intimidating players in all of PUBG, still facing the nade. With Hellfire raining on him, even Carrillo couldn't retaliate. Well.
7 points. They were only able to get 7 extra points, Alpha 7. Does that keep them in the top 9?
Ooh, it's going to be tough to see. I think a lot of it is going to rely on what the rest of the playing field does here for the remainder of this time. We got Shockwave now reduced to a 2-piece of Quan and Freddy. And as I say it, Caster cursing our boy Quan here as he is knocked, leaving Freddy in charge of Overwatch, cover fire, and a revive, while the inevitable push from the Gladiators looms ahead of him.
North America bros The last two players left for Shockwave. And right now, they know that it's Gaimin Gladiators down in that compound. Gaimin Gladiators are the ones who are seated above them on the leaderboards. Shockwave needs to win this fight to advance, and it does look like they want a little piece of it. But man, if I am Shockwave, I probably look to get into that circle because man, if you go out right now, that is 0 points from placements. It's only your aliens, and they only have 2 so far.
And all that progress that will have been gained from that amazing performance earlier as the waves come crashing down, all that could be undone here in this last few moments here in this last match. You really need to hold on. But Frady, now, this is a Miramar open map. He doesn't have a ton of options aside from getting that vehicle and trying a very wide rotation, which is still vulnerable and risky.
Yep, definitely cannot do that one, especially given the fact that he doesn't have the company of his full squad out here. He's out here as a solo. There's only so much he can do, and Gaimin Gladiators are very well aware of his position on the top of that hill, but both teams do not have that play zone. They need to get into that zone as soon as possible, but you know who's in the zone? The Mad Bulls.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and as you can see, Frady trying to get away, but I love what Mad Bulls is doing here. They don't have a lot of kills on the board yet, or any, actually. But you know what? They are so confident in riding such a momentum adrenaline rush here that they don't need all these kills yet. They're confident that they can come get them late game. So let's secure that placement and just keep this momentous lead over the rest of the playing field. Why risk it when you don't need to?
Yep. I mean, there's no biscuits inside, so
well,
risk it.
I have to harken back. I'm a poker player, man, and when you're winning in poker, in a big stack, you bully the playing field. And Mad Bulls knows how to do it. They don't afford any opportunities for the opposition to gain that ground back. Two teams of Shockwave, Frady and Quan, firing outwards at Q.
Well, Mercury in a whole world of danger. I believe the players there from Gaimin Gladiators realize that they cannot go out at any time from now. Rotations are going to be happening right just behind them, but they're not going to be able to do anything to stop it. They're just going to watch the muerte move. And it's so funny that all the teams that are currently in close proximity with each other are all teams that are sitting on that threshold. All these teams really need to qualify, and they're all around each other here. So anyone who takes anyone out gets the spot.
Right, and Kitsune, the final remaining hope here for the Gladiators, the last Gladiator. Can he pull off one of those 300 movie events where numbers account for nothing? Because he is the final hope and everything relying on him. But he is also the heavy hitter for the team this match, responsible for 60% of their kills.
And he is the IGL of that squad, and we know for one, if there is one person on the squad that who know how to hold himself as a solo, it's going to be the IGL of the team. So it's a question of how long can Kitsune survive as we begin to see the Mad Bulls start to rampage on the lobby. I was just about to say, this is how they play the first phase. Quiet all 4 phases, and then in the 5th phase we started to see them pop off, and now 2 eliminations in the blink of an eye, and they will continue into the game.
That's right, Mad Bulls dealing out some muerte to muerte. But here we can see another member a little bit closer to the mix, and it's going to be the likes of Frozen. He is anything but frozen in a smoking hot vehicle here that is just a few bullets away from an explosion. As he approaches the opposition aggressively, holding the cliff edge and the high ground, this could be a good position, potentially.
Yeah, it is a good position, but for the Mad Bulls, they do not have enough vehicles to hold this position that they find themselves. But they're going to have the Muerte approaching them with vehicles that they need. They will lose one player in the meantime, but they're still going to have to continue on that fight.
Yeah. Engaging against the unicorns, and Zero gets zeroed out right there and then. Boy, these dad jokes are in full effect, man. We could basically start our own corn farm with this. But here we have it. Mandarin is able to heal up just in time here as he approaches the moving threat. High ground holding unicorns of love. He's going to turn his back to them. Oh my goodness, I'm shocked he didn't get taken out earlier after turning his back on multiple members, but leaving it relying on Reflect and Tension.
Well, Reflect is good for 1, make that 2. He's down in a 1v1 situation right now. He has to hold it up, but he's got teammates on the other side who's there to help him, and that's going to be a GG well played as we see the Unicorns of Love go back into the lobby in 9th position. That's not going to be fire for them. That's going to be a GG well played.
Guys, I'm definitely trying to get that off the board here. There we go. Well, we got the likes of Frady, Shockwave. Again, carrying forward as a 2-piece. 4 kills, split evenly between the 2 of them. and he is feeling the pressure for sure. We got Kalika, Mad Bulls being eliminated off in the distance, unfortunately for them. And, oh, that is leaving a lot of the pressure mounting. Teammates trying to come and assist, but a little too late. Very Flight and Frozen.
The Muerte down to 1. Gaimin Gladiators down to 1. And the side of Shockwave also down to 1. Or make that 2. Steve's need to qualify. And they're all hanging to this match by a thread. The Mad Bulls, they're just here chilling and having as much fun as possible. They're down to 2. But right now, they do not mind. They've made it. And for all they're in there. But that's going to be a bye-bye to the Muerte.
Yeah.
Guess who's happy? It is the Gladiators and Shockwave.
Yeah, there's definitely a sigh of relief being right now. We've got no time to front-running holders. Significant front-runners here. Mad Bulls continue on as a three-piece of Frozen, Zeri, and Flight, engaging in high ground position on multiple teams, particularly the likes of Gladiators, Suni, and Sly Machine.
Yeah, speaking of Sly Machine, they find themselves on that south, very close to the side of Team Kasik. It's looking like a potential fight about to brew in that area, as we see the Unicorn and Kasik himself pushing up closer and closer to this warehouse. Does look like Sly Machines would be the ones on the gatekeep. So we wait to see that push.
And all the while, we've got some action coming from the likes of June, firing over towards the opposition here, and I believe that was the Gladiators. Yes, it was. All the while, so much action here on the board all at once. No time to really react. We have got Mad Bulls squaring off. Can they do it? It looks like Flyke has been taken out, leaving it riding on Zeri Shea alone. They went from a strong point to very weakened here, down to their last hope in a few moments.
They crashed up onto Kitsune, the last player from the Gaimin Gladiators, and he was able to take out the 2 players that crashed.
Oh, wow.
Now they're left with Zerich to hold it up for that whole squad, but the grenades being sent by Zerich might just send Kitsune back into the lobby, and that's what Kitsune is doing out here, trying to smoke himself so Zerich is not able to see that little opening of that building. But we're going to leave that one for later as we getting started with the Sly Machines. But the grenade would make one player fall, as Kasik himself will be the last player left. Sly Machines who are I'm so confused as to what is happening. But one way or the other, Kasik is alive, but not for long as he gets taken out. We're down to the final 4 teams.
Well, he got a good buy gift in that takedown from his opponent who was desperately trying to reload. And here I'm going to just illustrate the point that Kitsune is falling for this false sense of comfort in this shack. I see it all too often. This shack ultimately ends up being a fish in a barrel kind of situation where Kitsune is lining himself up for an immediate utility finish. Oh, somehow I choke on my words. That nade just does not deal damage to him. It must have hit outside. Well, no time to waste. Doom, the Sly Machine, off in the distance, facing off. Zeus is out of there, leaving it riding on Goldie.
Okay, do it. But anyway, we're going to be looking at players definitely Doom as they go up against the Sly Machines. It does look like Sly Machines have the advantage here. JCR Shot is going to connect up onto Team Doom. And I'm pretty sure Reflect is aware of that one. He's not going to go for it. Mad Doom's left with just the one player, Zerich, who can play spoiler on any one of these teams.
But if he does, he'll give up his location and be spotted and likely eliminated and lose that second place position. So I don't blame him for having stuck this out.
Yeah, I think Zerich and Goldie, they need to work with each other here. Because, man, it's a 3v1v1. And both players are solos. They need to work with each other. You take them from the left, I take them from the right, and then we fight it off as men.
Yep, so it's going to be Penchik versus Zeri, Koteka and Reflect versus Goldie. Let's get it. I'm going to watch it all at once.
Stand up, though. Find Penchik. He's going to take him down. And Zerich, we know that man can be good. He's one of the Mad Bulls. They know how to raid. He's up in a 1v2 situation. Might just be able to no!
Oh my God! What just happened? What just happened?
He might just get the win over that chicken dinner.
If the Mad Bulls pull this off, it would be the most impressive comeback I have seen in a hot minute. Zeri on an absolute blood path. Just a thirst for war here as he squares off in a 1v1 situation against Goldie from Doom. Goldie thanking his lucky stars for Zeri as well. Zeri just gave him a blessing. Give him that second place
Man,
position at worst. Here we go.
that was
1v1.
not the play.
A 1v1 to end our 5th and final round of the day. What better way to end it? Let's get it.
That was not the plan, Zerich. You were supposed to let Goldie take them from the left. But Zerich on an absolute rampage in a 1v3. But that man continues to throw out those throwables, the Molotovs. They're good, but he's not quite able to get them. He finds himself with the most cover in this engagement. Let the shots fly. They're not quite doing the damage. But Zerich trying to be as careful as possible. Goldie.
Dodge taking him down
over to the UMPs, down to 12 bullets, and make that rescue coming through. And Zerich has done it.
Yeah, absolutely intense finish. Mad Bulls, what a freaking turnaround of events. I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot, with all the odds stacked against them, Mad Bulls, Zeri just annihilating the remainder of the playing field and reestablishing even further a more significant lead for the Mad Bulls. This is an adrenaline rush. The serotonin and dopamine are flowing for them as they establish another first place finish. 7 kills to their name. What in the actual heck just happened? Wow.
I posed this question to everybody in the lobby with the hope that they're going to take them out. Are you going to let the Mad Bulls continue on the rampage? Do you know why this is nice? Because the Mad Bulls have shown us that, you know what, chicken dinner on Erangel, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Miramar, easy peasy.
Yeah. There's definitely a specialty field being rung out here, and it's saying, hey, Erangel and Miramar, we like the big maps. Let the Bulls free roam here and watch them work. We got Doom securing second place, and that's going to be with 3 kills, 2 of which go to Goldie. We got one of the Sly machines, Reflect, Tenshik, Mandarin, and Koteka securing third place with 9 kills, and 7 of those 9 go to Reflect. We saw that monster nade and utility usage from him. Coming in fourth, it's going to be the Gladiators with 7 kills, 5 of which go into Sune. The Shockwave, the Waves have crashed in 5th place with 6 kills, 4 of which go to Frady. Team Kasik in 6th place with 4, half of which are going to Striker. We got the other Sly machine, which is Redlick, 3TN, Steezy, and Attacker, securing 7th with 1 kill from Perfect. Let's see here. In 8th place, we got De Muerte dealing out a little bit of Muerte. I think they were eliminated by Doom, unfortunately. Doom beats death this time around, but they're going to take 8th place with 2 kills. 9th place, another tough pill to swallow for the Unicorns of Love. 9th place, 0 kills to their name. We got the Project Boys in 10th with 3 kills, all of which come from Ivaneska. We got Major Pride securing 11th with 3 kills, all of which are from Spectre. Alpha 7 having a rough go of it in this round as they secure 12th. I mean, granted, they did secure 7 kills, but will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. 13th belonging to the Nexus crew. Kime, Octavian, Kapahala, and Machina. They're going to take it with 3 kills. Coming in 14th, Excuse Me, is going to be taking 14th with 2 kills between Black and Havlik. And here we have it. Last place going to ARR. And unfortunately for them, 0 kills. A big fat onion to speak of. Wow.
Just in case anyone is wondering, this is my was that enough look? And I'm posing that question to the likes there of Gaimin Gladiators, Alpha 7, Shockwave, De Muerte, because all 4 teams really got good points, actually. They got relatively good points up on board, but I think I can say for one, the Gaimin Gladiators have qualified.
Well, let's just wait and see those results because I am not too good with math. I didn't get into PUBG to do no numbers. And I will tell you right now, I don't trust any of my own simple math beforehand. So I'm going to wait and see. But I think that Crowns and I can agree. I'll let you say your piece on it. But that was the most intense upset of a finish I have seen in the Pro League of PUBG Mobile Esports in quite some time. The biggest shock that I have seen since, up before this would have to be, Paraboy's Nova nade on Nova in, the PMGC. Like, that was shocking me. And in this time, the Mad Bulls just, boy, confidence peaking on. I mean, I would say you don't want your confidence to border on cockiness, but at this point, it'd be tough for the Mad Bulls not to get a little cocky.
Man, that was Bullet's calculation at its finest. Like he literally shared it. That dude was coming. He took one of the players there, or I believe it was Sly Machines. He took one of the players there to about a slither of HP, focused on the other dude who had more HP, took that player down, and then he went and he's like, "Oh, you have your literally 1 HP. I don't need that much bullets." And whew,
Man,
I think he just called his name out a little too loud, and that player just went down. But
he took
bro,
the long road to the difficult finish and still pulled it off. And you know what's crazy about that is just there was no hesitation. There was no panic. This is a rehearsed strategy for these teams. They know how to finesse Miramar, whether as a 4-piece, a 3-piece, a duo, or even as one remaining solo. They can handle the situations against these handicap matches where they are outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. I have said it once and I'll say it again. We are going to need this playing field to find some bullfighters because everyone's been waving that red flag in front of them and just making them angrier and angrier, and they have been dominating.
I mean, you're making the Bulls mad. That's why they call them Mad Bulls. But bruh, I really hope there is a team that is in the say the African region or the Middle Eastern region that could actually put tame the Bulls. Because at this point, it is outrageous. That is what 5 winner chicken dinners out of 10 matches played in total. That is outrageous.
That is a ratio that is almost unheard of. But one thing can say is that these bulls cannot be domesticated. You cannot calm them down. And after a day like today, oh my gosh, you gotta watch out for them, as they come forward because they are going to be riding that confidence bordering on cockiness. However, that could work out to their disadvantage, if they get a little too confident and maybe don't get their proper sleep, don't eat that bowl of Wheaties in the morning, don't get their proper nutrition. Who knows what the outlying circumstances could be? But if they don't come in focused and ready, anything can happen. As we know, this is PUBG Mobile, where these split second table turns have happened time and time again.
Yep, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Mad Bulls are going to continue with this form that they've picked up. I mean, that was beautiful solo play coming through from Zerich, but man, even if we're going to start allocating all the praises to them, still we still have to talk about the other teams that came into the lobby today. And even in the final game, we tend to see things that we would always see normally, right? When we go into that final game of the day, that's when we start to see teams that were on the bottom, teams that were not performing too well. That's when we start to see them rise up to play like they've not played before. I'm talking about the Sly Machine. Look at Team Kasik, deciding to pick up at those final moments of the game. And I'm just like, where was all of this before?
Yeah, I'm gonna see here. I'm trying to see if we're getting scores provided before the stream ends or not. Uh, but whether or not we see the scores, we know the front running team. Unquestionably, coming in at the beginning of this match, before this match even started, they were holding just such amazing. That's actually an older score here. My apologies. They were holding just such an amazing position. I believe somewhat of like a 30 something point lead, maybe 36-point lead. Yeah, those Bulls horns are out and about. I think we can all do one of these in USA. That means go Texas, but here it means go Mad Bulls. What an absolute domination of the playing field, and what a way to conclude the day here. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
You
this.
know,
Go ahead.
where I come from, when they do 3 chicken dinners in a day, we call it a turkey. And that
Mm-hmm.
is exactly what the Mad Bulls have been able to do. It's kind of like the Bulls getting the turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, the Bulls had turkey, or I guess chicken on the taste of their tongue pretty early on into this, but now they are stuffed full. They had a second helping and a third, and they possibly could not eat any more for the day. They have got to rest this one off because it's going to be a good night's sleep for them after this monstrosity of a performance to the rest of the playing field. And I cannot
Yeah.
wait to check out what's going to happen here, as we move forward. But
Yep.
uh, as it currently stands, I believe we might have just gotten The current final scores. One moment, double checking. Yeah,
I'm
here we
actually out here heaving sighs of relief because I'm like, okay, now it's ready.
go.
Question is, who made it? I know the Alpha 7 fans in the chat are currently having their fingers crossed, toenails crossed, tongues crossed. They're all just chilling like, did we make it? Was 7 points enough to push us into the top? Same thing can be said about the Gaming Gladiators. I mean, we know they're gone, but man, the muerte, if you've got fans in the chat, there's also something to worry about. Shockwave too, they're also worried about all of that because all of these teams were able to put in a good performance heading into this final game.
Well, Crowns, I hate to be a reality TV show host, but the results are in. And to the rest of the playing field, here we go. The Mad Bulls, you are the father. And look at that with 116 points. Wow. Literally a healthy 50-point lead over second place, who, I mean, that's literally almost an entire, Major Pride, 66 points in total. Mad Bull's almost doubling that. Literally 5 chicken dinners in their name. They are stuffed to the brim, leading second place with 116 points to Major Pride 66. Now, here is where things get a little bit thicker. Major Pride only 8 points ahead of the bronze medal holder, Virtus Pro, who also has a chicken dinner to their name with 58 points. Virtus Pro leading Nexus Gaming by 3, Nexus holding 55, Virtus at 58. We got GQ trailing just right at Nexus's heels, 1 point behind with 54 points, and only 2 points ahead of those horses. Now, can the Konina boys, can they get the horsepower to climb those 2 points up for that 5th place position? You'll have to wait and see. Dagestan holding 1 point lead over the Gladiators, and they both Dagestan 77 and the Gladiators have a chicken dinner. They've tasted a little bit of chicken, and that's just giving them a taste of things to come potentially. As Gladiators hold a 1 point lead over Alpha 7, who holds a 2 point lead over Shockwave. Gosh, Crown, I've used this metaphor now for a 4th time. The competition is getting thicker than frozen peanut butter. Sly Europe holding 11th with 39 points over 1 point over De Muerte, who's 1 point over Doom, who's 1 point over Excuse Me. What are we seeing? Literally, all that separates 14th place from 11th is 3 points.
Well, at this point, I can tell you, it doesn't really matter anymore. And why I'm saying this is because this was the final game of the semifinals. Top 9 right now are going straight to the finals. And it came down to the last game. Shockwave out of this by 2 points. And just 7 points was enough for Alpha 7 and the Gaming Gladiators to make it into the finals. De Muerte were in 8th position going into this game, but they went out early. Not early, but they went out without enough points, and that's going to be a GG well played for them.
Yeah, De Muerte facing the karma of their name. Took it out just a smidge early.
Nah, how about that? It boiled down to just 2 points. And this is what we kept on saying, right? It's PUBG Mobile. The one thing that could separate you could just be 2 points, but I've got to give credit to where credit is due. Like when you said Virtus Pro were in 3rd place, the first thing I took my eye to was to look at their elimination count, and I'm so happy to see 27. And I'm saying this because this was a team that finishing yesterday, they were not getting enough elimination points. I called them out for it. They came into today. Today, I believe at a point they only had 11 elims up on board, but right now they look kind of okay, up there with 27 points from eliminations only. And man, even the same thing can be said about Shockwave, man. They did crack the system, but not enough. 9 points from placement, but 35 from eliminations. That team actually did do a good job. And I just want to point out something just for the bragging rights. If we take away all of the placement points from the Mad Bulls, they are still going to be in 2nd place, right above Major Pride.
Wow. Dude, this is a monstrosity of a performance. It's almost like if there were PUBG Mobile performance-enhancing substances, such as, let's say, an energy drink, if Red Bull was the Mad Bull's secret weapon, then you can bet that they each had a 6 pack of energy drinks in their favor today, and just never let their foot off the pedal. And I think it's good that you bring up Shockwave with that 9 placement points and 35 kill points, because what it tells me, yes, overall they almost made the cut, but I think it definitely gives them a couple notes for what they can do moving forward. Putting a little bit more emphasis on placement could be the move. And what do I mean by that? I mean dialing things back potentially in the first half to 75% of the match and prioritizing placement somewhat in the old scoring method fashion, and really kind of securing that before going out on the all-out aggression, because we have seen Shockwave. I mean, 35 kill points is no small potatoes. They know how to handle their fights. Now it's about having the self-control and patience to sort of let those bits of downtimes dwindle. Don't take on the unnecessary fights. And we've seen Shockwave time and time again. Phenomenal team. Snowix is a
Yeah.
great IGL, and they're almost at the cut here. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in this case, but I think moving forward, as we see this coming season start to develop, we're gonna see just how this scoring system, this new scoring method, is gonna really affect the nature of PUBG Mobile Esports. Well, ladies
No.
and gentlemen, I gotta say, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure getting to step in and be a part of this for today. I'm not sure. I believe Crowns is going to be taking the reins for you as we move forward in the remainder of this event. But gosh, what a intense day it was. I'm not going to be able to nap after this one. And boy, Crowns, I cannot wait to tune in and watch you work as we move forward to the finals of the Lidoma PUBG Mobile Invitational Twist. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Red Eyes. This is Crowns Cast. We'll see you next time.